What's up, everybody? Hopefully, everybody's doing well, not in hell. Coming over this bitch running like you just heard the school bell. Oh well. What's up, Mike? My man said shit. My man, like Chief Keef, he said I got out of you, that bitch white. What's up? What's up? What's up? You know, be the master of the late nights. Woo! I am the king of the beast. I am the eternal champion. I am the one who presents strength personified, war incarnate. I am the benevolent war chief. I am the officer and sergeant of the goddamn law. I am the man, the myth, and soon to be the legend. Just in time, Mike, right? I am the person who takes people to places unknown, worlds unseen. I am the man that goes into places where angels fear to tread. I am the bubble gum on the bottom of a new pair of kicks. I am the lion heir. I am the man who will sit on the throne of the empire he builds. Sup, Mr. Rogers? And guess what? They ain't got shit up on your neighborhood. Smoking this fine LFD. Drinking this fine Crown Royal Apple whiskey. Sup, Mia Flores? How you feeling? Mia, just asking. I know it might be a stupid question. Are you male or female? Just had a great conversation with Mr. Fantastic because he had a similar, the belated, thank you, Fallout. Thank you. We celebrating all month long, all month. Oh yeah, all month long. I got a question. In the month of July, if anybody could make it in the month of Baltimore, and excuse me, in the month of July, sorry, my brain is like twisted. Would anybody like to come to the Baltimore area with some disposable grills and have the Great American, the Great Baltimorean smokeout with your boy Officer or Sergeant Falk? Come to the harbor with the speaker, listen to the music. Would y'all want to get some hamburgers and hot dogs on a grill just to chill with your boy if you're in the area during that time? Would y'all like that? Would y'all like that? Listen to some smooth jazz, some smooth soul, some classic hip hop. We not talking. I mean, we could listen to some ratchet shit, but I once in a while I like my ratchet shit. But guess what? I like my lyricists. I love my lyricists. Listen to some Nas. I'm gonna think about it. It's probably in July because I know people probably have a lot of time off in the summer. Probably in July. If not, we could do it in August. But July looks like a very good hit spot for people who got kids, and I know they're putting the kids in school earlier and earlier each year. So, would anybody care to do it in July? Come to the Baltimore area, sit by the harbor, with a big ass speaker playing music. Try to see if I can find some grills, and I ain't talking about the ones in your teeth. Why'd your brother fall off bad, man? Fell off your bed. Jesus Christ. BYOB. If you smoke cigars, smoke Newport, smoke weed, all is invited. Only thing I ask is everybody come in peace and prosperity and soul. For those who are new to the channel, I am Charles Faulkner Jr. Like many of my subscribers, I'm built different. I wanna hear that Nas, that classic Nas, that classic Jay-Z, that classic Wu Tang. I wanna hear that smooth Frankie Beverly, that smooth Anita Baker. We might even go to the 50s and 60s with some Frankie Lyman. We're gonna play some jazz by Ronnie Laws, by Alicia Bofield. We'll even play some Japanese jazz for you, man. Just let me know. Y'all got my email. Y'all got my Facebook Messenger, which might be quicker. Hit me up if y'all interested. You're gonna be in the Baltimore area in July. Very beautiful. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's the Mid Atlantic. It might be humid. Bring a sweat rag and bring some cologne. We get some disposable. Hit me up on Facebook Messenger. Oh, we gonna play that Roy Ayers. Shibidoo, run, run, run. Shibidoo, run, run, run. Oh, we're gonna play that classic Mike before we went to pop. I can't help it. Oh man. Mm. We're gonna play that Mr. Hutch. Why did my love run so cold? That's the hook they play from oh, stay fly. We're gonna play that classic 3-6 Mafia. Classic player while you hating. Mm. Classic ATI. We're gonna put some Jeezy up on the grill. We'll even play some of your favorite cartoon theme songs and laugh and sing along because you know you're going to. I might even introduce some of y'all with the He Man. Or better yet, Thunder, Thunder, Thundercats. Ha! Get some cigars, everybody. If you need help getting some of the finest cigars, I'll show you to the places where you might want to get some. If you got some weed, hey, smoke along. Speaking of my co-host, fellow Baltimorean, because guess what? Pick a day in July that's good for you. I know my son's birthday is July 28th. I got to see what day that falls on that this year. Shout out to my son. He's a little under the weather, so we making sure he's good. So I got a lot of reasons to celebrate in July. Oh, we got to play some Babe Marie. The one thing. The one thing. That one thing. Just that one thing. You got to be mentioning, hey, 28th is a Tuesday, so we might party that 25th or something. Might do it a Friday night, might do it a Saturday night. Woo! Anybody in the Baltimore area or close to it, a couple hours away, get you a nice hotel. That way you're not living in hell. I want to be the second guy to get a group. The Great Baltimore Smokeout. That's what we're gonna call it, the Great Baltimore Smokeout. Bring your wives, bring your ladies. If you don't, hmm, hey, bring a fold-out chair. They got benches out there, but I like my chair because I can put my drink and my keys in one section. I'll provide. I'll try to get as many bottles of liquor as I can. BYOB. Bring your own booze. Bring your own smokes. We're gonna have a good time. I'm gonna see if I can get a bunch of disposable grills. Get a box of fucking hot dogs and hamburgers and some, for those who don't eat pork. I'll try to get some turkey sausage, some Italian sausage. See what we could do. You know, let me know. I'm trying to do something to say thank you to the supporters. Have a good time, somewhere we could play some good music. It's a good atmosphere, good setting. Take some pictures, instead of a meet and greet, we do a meet and drink. It's right around the corner from Fed Hill, up there by Under Armour, by Old Under Armour on Hall Street, right around the corner from Domino's Sugar. Somewhere, I'm thinking July would be a great day because you don't have to rush because I know the kids are going back to school earlier. We play some good jazz, some good hip hop. Bring your little fold out chairs. Mm, it'll be a good thing. I heard about the Tony Gaskins and the CGA. Heard about it. See, this is what people don't understand about the red pill, which corresponds with reality. Getting some nice whiskey, some nice cigars, take you so far. See if we get some fifths and half gallons, some chasers. Mm. Oh, we're gonna play that Yu Yu Hakusho, and then we're gonna play that theme from Cowboy Bebop. Which is a jazzy ass song. Oh, we definitely playing Summertime with Will Smith. God damn, that's the theme right there. Summertime. Europe. Yeah. You feeling better? Did you eat yet, boy? Need to fix something to eat. You been drinking water?
Yeah.
Fill your bottle up and drink it again. Are you coughing? The shampoos about the shower. That little short bottle. You got more hair than me, so it's on the other end. Not that. Don't use it all up. You got way more hair than I do. Shit.
I should be better tomorrow.
Say hi to the subscribers.
What's up? What's up?
That's the boy going for prom. Matter of fact, I forgot. And your mom probably gonna get you a car, get you a designer car for your prom, and Lil John probably drive you. Probably get him to drive you.
Okay.
I gotta talk to him because I ain't driving because I'm drinking purposely. We gotta celebrate your shit. We black. What is your party? After you leave, it's our party, right? Oh yeah, we definitely got to treat. Oh ABM. Oh goddamn man, we gotta get some crabs. So don't wear your finest shit out. We getting some crabs. We're gonna have the man wipes out there, so everybody can wipe their hands from the Old Bay seasoning that sold well. Try to get some wings from Hip Hop Chicken. Get a fucking platter. If anybody want to contribute, I'll put the Cash App out like a week or two in advance. Well, it's always out when I'm out. And we'll just I'll just save up whatever money Everybody want to contribute around the month of June and July. We stock up for the bottles of liquor, the cigar sticks. We get some chicken and we get some crabs, and we get out. We get some shrimp. Treat y'all to some true Baltimore living. See, that's the positivity that we bring in this channel because guess what? Men like me are just what? Built different. Get a T. Oh yeah, gotta celebrate the O's. Gotta get the O's. The colors of the night is either orange and black or purple and black. In Lamar we trust. In Derrick Henry we shall run. In Kyle Hamilton we should knock the shit out of you. Y'all see me up there in my chair, looking so debonair. Bring your folded chairs. I'm going to connect with my boy ABM, the co-host, the official co-host of the channel. He's going to be my co-host till he gets his channel. And even when he gets his channel, he's still going to be my co-host. It's like that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I got my fresh Jordan 13s. I don't know if y'all seen it on my Facebook and my Facebook and Instagram. You know, that was a beautiful day when my lady friend took me out to Kobe's Japanese steakhouse, and we ate till we got tired. I had to take a look at the receipt, and it said $150. I said, you know what? You got me, shorty. Not only did she pay for that, she also brought gifts. She gave me a Ravens street tag, a shot glass, and a couple other gifts. And then we left Kobe's for White Marsh. We went down to my spot in the harbor listening to music with a pretty woman with a nice, fine figure. So for those who think, oh, you hate black women, but guess what? They got so much love for me too, because I love them so dearly. The ones that actually worth my love and time and support. Woo! So bring your wives if you want. Bring your friends. Let's all contribute to the Cash App. Save the money up, and whatever day we decide on, y'all got that's on a ticker. That's my Facebook Messenger. That's my email. Hit me up. Let me see what's a good date. I'm gonna try to finalize a good date. It's gonna be on a weekend, either a Friday night or Saturday night. Let me know what's best for everybody, and we come out there and party. I don't care if it's 5 motherfuckers or 50 motherfuckers. We can have a good time. You're gonna see Faulk in his true element. What you see, dun, 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 is what you get. I'm not a rich man. I don't act like it, but I'm a man to be around when it's fun. He said, "Stop lying." Hey, we can't lie. I'm just a humble, just servant, just like you. I wish my lady friend didn't sleep so much, but she's healing up from double amputee cancer, breast cancer surgery. So she's healing up from the radiation treatment. So her hormones and hey, what's up, Andre? I see you on my messenger. I just think that one, it would help the city of Baltimore to build up something like that. Bring some good old whiskey, some bourbons. We're gonna have the cognac on deck. Speaking of that, we're gonna play Gucci on deck, and somebody's gonna hit the Baltimore strut. Doom, doom, doom. Do-do-do. I can't hit it because I can't dance for shit, but it's pretty as shit when you see it. Y'all gonna see me as Baltimorean as possible. That church square boy, that Eagle Street boy. Get a couple of my friends coming out. Not only that, I'm gonna talk to my boys after I come from PG for my lady. And try to mold that shit in as a 30th anniversary celebration of the 96 Brotherhood. You know, they may not be blood, but those are my brothers for 30 years. We went through marriages, children, divorces, fights in the club, carrying my drunk ass out, carrying their drunk asses out. They went through second marriages. We're gonna rock it out. Good time. It's gonna be a good time. No drama time. And guess what? You know, that's a good time for everybody to get with me. You know, lock in. Whenever you want to come back up and get your Maryland permit, we do the testing for your ass. But don't worry about safety because I'm gonna have a pistol on my hip and a AR pistol in my bag, so y'all good. We're protected. Plus, I know a majority of the police over there, so we really protected. But we ain't worrying about the fucking drama shit. We gonna have a good time because we're multifaceted men of these United States. Race and gender is no matter. Are there some gay men who I'm cool with? Yeah, I don't care about whoever you go to the bedroom. That's your business, baby. But you about prosperity for your people, and you about peace for your people. Guess what? There's some lesbian friends I know who come out. There's some gay men who are on the level, but you can't be on no stupid shit. Yeah, trust me. You're gonna be safe down that bitch. Not only by the police, but you're gonna be safe with me. You might think I drink a lot, but I train myself. No matter how much I drink or appear to be drinking, because that's why I smoke cigars because it paces your drinking. The only thing I ask, bring out some folding chairs, even though they got benches there. I'm gonna see if we got some disposable grills that we could put some hamburgers and hot dogs on. Have a good time. You know, that's what's on my heart. Why? Whoa! Sup, man? Because men and women like me are built different. Shout out to Mr. Fantastic. Had a great You know, what's the maturity thing I love about this space? And I got to give a big shout out to Mr. Fantastic because when me and Mr. Fantastic first met, like a couple of people, like, you know, the general, and shout out to Raining Woman because Raining Woman showed you what a proper woman does. While me and the general had a bad confrontation the first time we got on a panel together. And I'm not afraid to talk about this shit because real men need to talk about real shit, right? What's up? What's up, Lost? The youngest in charge, baby. What's up, Namer? Namer, everybody's favorite descendant of the kingdom of Axum. See, when the general and I first got on the panel, we didn't realize this because our masculinity was on high. We were butting heads like two rams crashing. But this is the beautiful thing when you have a beautiful woman who's a mistress of her femininity. She calmed the situation down, not by trying to outpunk us or call us, oh, y'all acting like some bitch ass niggas. No. This is how she did it. And she was so smooth with it. And to this day, that's one of the greatest examples of femininity ever. She said, General, this is Charles. Say hi to Charles. How you doing, Charles? Charles, this is the general. How you doing, general? And after that, the general was my nigga and I'm his. That's my boy. And what we didn't realize was we the same type of motherfucker. Hard charging, old school soldiers. But that's how femininity can break the ice. Are you picking up what I'm fucking putting down? Even with me and Mr. Fantastic cussing each other out. So one day, me and Fantastic had a conversation on one panel, and we both agreed, yeah, let's throw that bullshit out. We both veterans, we're both fathers, we're raising damn good children. Fuck all that bullshit. Like he said, you a vet like I'm a vet. If I needed somebody to watch my back, I know you got it. And you needed me to watch your back, you know I got it. That's how real men settle shit. Why? Because we're built different. But people say we don't elevate. We don't escalate, we elevate. Why am I going to have hatred to a man who had to go through a journey like me? Are you raising your children properly? Are you being a contributing member to society? Did you serve honorably? You all right with me. And guess what? Civilians serve honorably as well. Woo! Let me hear you. Is that some true man shit or is it not? I could have been on some bitch ass shit and been like, oh, I did the warrior versus the thug shit. But you got to realize something. That's probably not the first time he spoke about it, and that's probably not the first time I spoke about it. But guess what? It needs to be heard and reiterated again. Remix it for all I fucking care. Because one thing you have to figure out as a man that great minds think alike. Can somebody put that in the chat? Great minds think alike. You think I'm the only motherfucker that said there's a distinct difference between the thug and the warrior? Whoa! See, being put in true masculine preferences. Hold on for a minute, folks. Hold on. Let the panther roll. Give me 1 second. That's my boy Josh. I'm gonna tell him come up. Josh said, "What's up, everybody?" He be up in a few. He doing his Uber, and he got a couple of reserve rides, which anybody who does Uber know that's big money. Think about it, right? If I wasn't a given motherfucker, I could have just told somebody like Lost, man, fuck all that shit. I ain't got time for you. But guess what I did? I used my network and brought him intention of Sandog, who was a military captain, a military officer. He told him the way of the officer. You want to be the officer? I even told Lost, if you fuck around and you enlist with a fucking computer science degree, I'm gonna catch a flight to where the fuck you live, and we gotta throw a square one. We gotta throw a square one. MMA rules. We throwing one. We throwing one. You were too talented, too intelligent to just be a grunt like me. Why do you think I'm going back to school to not only finish my bachelor's, but to get a goddamn master's while the money's on the table and they're paying for every goddamn book, every goddamn pen, every goddamn pencil. They're paying for my desktop, my laptop. They paying for every fucking thing. All I gotta do is pass the fucking test. Woo! Nah. We ain't gonna hurt nephew because nephew got a better brain than we did at 25. Trust me. Trust me. The ladies love him, and he's gonna be even better than us. It is our job as older millennials, Xers, to guide the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas better than us. I ain't trying to save everybody. I'm just trying to save everybody that matters. Woo! Here's the fucking point that I point out. One of my godsons fucked around and got us some legal trouble, but I'm the one who encouraged him. I even gave him money to catch an Uber from the house to the courthouse and back. In 6 months, guess what he got? He got his freedom papers because he got his record expunged. And now, because he went to this one meeting that his stepfather and myself encouraged him to go to, guess what? He's got a job. But Charles Faulkner and people like him don't fucking encourage the next generation. Dismiss me with that epic bullshit. Oh yeah, by the way, anybody who joined, y'all know how big of a Frankie Beverly fan I am. So you're gonna hear that. I might take you through the whole fucking. I might take you through the whole anthology, my niggas, with other music we're playing. This year in 2026, the year of our Lord, we all about cash and checks, and if we have to, breaking a few necks. Only if necessary. I don't care what God you serve, but guess what? They had a mercy on a wretch like me. To all my Judaism brothers, shalom. To all my Christians, greetings. And to all my Muslim brothers, assalamu alaikum. I don't care about your religion, but does your religion make you a better man? Because you have to be built different in this world. Oh, trust me. We're gonna play that Saturday Love with Sherelle and Alexander O'Neal. And you know when Alexander hit them notes, I'm not even gonna try it. When I think of you, when I only play that classic, we're gonna play Never Knew Love Like This. I've been in love before, but I never had love like this. Mm. I want Lost to be in the ROTC at Johns Hopkins, damn near Ivy League. Why? Because if Lost gets in some trouble or he gets into some type of shit, I can put my physical hands on him and solve that shit while he goes to study to be the better of us. Even while I'm going to school simultaneously. I want to have a man like Electrician 480 or Angry Black Man if I got some electrical problems. And a blackout, ABM and Electrician 480 are gods. Okay? What's up, Red Pill Sleeper Cell? Speaking of another veteran. What's up, Big Louie, King Louie? Shout out to King Louie and his son because, boy, his son has a damn good taste in women. Whoa! You taught him well, Louie. You taught him well. Oh, I'm a cheat, motherfucker. I'm a cheat. I'm going to get that degree in criminal justice because I got so many damn credits in it. It's a cheat for me. I don't have to do as much. I'll take the credits I gained from the academy. I'll take the credits for BCCC, Coppin. I'll take the credits from ESI and other places I went to school, college credits for, and I'm probably halfway done. I want to save as much time. I want to save as much time and effort in schooling where I could just focus on mission one, getting the acceptance, which is nothing because they're going to take me because that's veteran money, good damn money, and I want to get that master's so I could become, what do I want to be the master of? Somebody put in the chat, what am I going to be the master of?
By the power of Grayskull.
You know why? What if I become the sheriff of your town? Fuck a police commissioner. What if I'm the elected official, the number one law enforcement elected official in your city? And I can change law enforcement any way I see it, and the mayor can't do a damn thing about it. I could literally, as the elected official, say, I want all your police officers to fall under me. And if the mayor's smart, I wouldn't even have to do that because we can work together concurrently. Fuck around. That might happen. I even told my lady friend, you got 2 masters. You smart enough to marry me, you'll get a PhD off of me. That's bars. Like 50 said, have a baby by me and be a millionaire. Marry me and have a PhD off of me. Hmm. 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 Chick asked me, what's your character? I want to know about your character. You talk about your benefits. My benefits is part of my character. If you knew me for 10 to 20 years and you don't know my fucking character yet, I don't need to be around you. I just put middle fingers and block you. There are no strings on me, and there shall be no strings on you. I don't hang around dummies, okay? Fuck the commissioner seat. Give me the elective seat. Fuck that commissioner seat. Give me the elected seat. Give me that sheriff. Don't appoint me. Vote for me. I am the heir apparent. I am the champion of the people. I am the lion heir. You got mayors and governors who said, I know how to keep you safe. Not better than me. Not even close. Shit. Why? Because I surround myself around. I surround myself around people like me. We're just built fucking different. How y'all like that thumbnail? That thumbnail hard as shit. That shit goes hard as a bitch, don't it? Not only that, you got people who coming out of state to join us in Baltimore in July. Guess what? Why not network with the motherfuckers, with the women and children? Women are allowed to just be on some fucking peaceful shit, just like the men. This is what I call being built fucking different. One of my favorite songs. I go hard in the motherfucking paint, nigga. Shout out to Fantastic again. You want to piss off a well-trained vet? You want to talk about a nigga who got a fucking book bag gun? If you with me, you're safe as fuck. You want to have a good time and joke and laugh and strategize? Come on. We get some crabs. Everybody bring a bottle, put it on get your little folding chairs out, you know, the ones that you could just take out of the bag and unfold. Everybody put their bottles up because everybody can drink freely. Talk some good shit. Hell, might even bring a fucking table for some of you niggas to play spades. And I'm shameful as it is, I went to Lake Clifton and don't know how to play spades. But fuck you. I learned how to wrestle and I learned how to play chess at Lake Clifton. So fuck you. Damn, that cigar hit. Whoa. Guess what? You need to be the heir apparent. Because sooner than later, I'm the emperor on the goddamn throne for my family, for my community, for my society. Hell, maybe even one day for my own fucking country. I'm the motherfucker that sit on the throne. The old saying goes, always shoot for the moon, because if you miss, you're still among the stars. Fuck that. Fuck being ordinary. Somebody put that in the chat. Fuck being ordinary. There ain't an ordinary goddamn thing in my body. I didn't play spades and deployment. I played Madden and I betted games and I won almost $400 one game from the side bets and betting the sergeant. Matter of fact, I pissed him off so much I could have ran in for a touchdown, but I played for the kick. I played for the kick just to piss him off and stay within the spread. Woo! Made that good 400. One of the best games of Madden motherfucker seen in Taji, Iraq. Fuck being ordinary. Why? Because I'm built different. You ever seen a goddamn lion in Savannah? Does he look like a fucking house cat to you? Fuck being ordinary. Fuck that shit. Fuck settling for less when you know you're capable of more. Fuck all that shit. Is Panther or the Thundercats ordinary to you? Is a motherfucker built like this ordinary? Is this motherfucker ordinary to you? Where is he? Where is he? Goddamn, making me look for my shit and I can barely find it. Does this motherfucker look ordinary to you? Watch this. Get the fuck off my shit. Does he look ordinary to you? Anybody who knows anybody, guess what? Who the fuck, what are Panthro's abilities? If you know, put them in the chat. Is Prince Adam fucking ordinary? I'll tell you all his powers. Paranormal superhuman strength, master of all fighting arts, master mechanic and engine and electrician, he took the scrap from the spaceship to build the Thunder Tank. How many black men took scrap and invented shit? And he was voiced by the legendary Earl Hyman, who was the cousin of what's the singer name? Which was his cousin in real life. High level philosopher. Was he not a multifaceted man? He showed Panther was one of the first examples of being physically strong and mentally strong with a code. He was ingenious in everything he did. You're telling me Phyllis Hyman, thank you. He was Earl Hyman's cousin is Phyllis Hyman. Oh, we're gonna play some Phyllis Hyman too. We're gonna play some old school shit. Baby, it's cold outside. Why? Because we're built different. Give me that woman out there that's rests in her femininity without anything in return. She's just naturally feminine. Give me a woman like that. Give me a woman. What about that single mother who don't badmouth the baby daddy, right, wrong, or indifferent? And she's still feminine, not bitter. Takes care of her children. Why? Because she's built different. A feminine woman never had to worry about being in danger because she know there's 20 motherfuckers that'll protect her. A feminine woman never had to shovel her snow on her lawn or her car. Shout out women of the past. A feminine woman never had to be worried about disrespected because even the so-called thugs won't disrespect her. Because if one of them even tried to, the other niggas he hang around will check him quickly. She never had to hold a door. She never had to walk a street without somebody helping her along. What's up, women of the past? See what I mean? But we hate women, right? No, we hate dysfunctionality in both men and women. That's what the detractors don't get. Everybody say what's up to women of the past, please. Salute one of the finest women of the space. Her, Toya, and a few others. I remember being on the Rogers report, and I said, "You know what's funny?" And I gave nothing but flowers, roses, dandelions, and daffodils to Toya. Toya tells you when she was a woman of bigger size. But guess what Toya was during her time when she was a larger framed woman? She was jovial. She was friendly. She was fun. She was feminine. So when she lost the weight and got in shape, you didn't see a change except in the physical. Everything mentally, emotionally, and spiritually was already in place. That's the type of woman a man could build with. Oh, I'm sorry. We're not supposed to talk about, the women that you build with in this space because, people like FD Signifier and others say we hate women, right? Notice a lot of women don't even have to show their real pictures. Area and other women like that. Notice those women never have a lack of great men, not good men, great men around them. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed the most feminine women will intoxicate you with their words alone and their character? They're not afraid to tell you, first and foremost, why they're an asset and a benefit to your life. They're showing you. Oops, oops, oops. I'm just here to give you the gospel. That's all. I'm just here to give you the gospel. Why? Because those women are built different. Anton Daniels will tell you, well, you're not married. Yes, sir. Are you still in pain?
No, feel better now.
Go make some tea.
Okay.
Put some honey in it. A little bit of sugar and some honey in it. Break all that shit out of you. Oh, yeah, by the way, even though my son's 18, when did I stop being a father? Oh, have you noticed? I went from 25 people to 7 people because I'm talking positive about people, especially women that you should know. Thank you for joining Women of the Past because, you know, ladies like you, Toya, Aria, Rating Woman, and everybody else has proven the point that I've been saying for the last 12 years. The black women that are doing the damn thing are the ones that deserve to be exalted, the ones that deserve to be spoken about. I don't give a fuck about Keisha. I don't give a fuck about ghetto politics. I'm talking about the queens of the earth being matched with the kings. And usually those women already got their kings. Oops, 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 oops. Mm, mm. Yeah, right. We got to hate all these bitches, right? Guys like you with your woman and shit, Louis, raising a damn good man. I can't, hopefully, Louis, you can come down in July when we do the Great Baltimore and Smoke Out in July. Hell, bring your son too, because I want to shake that good young man's hand. No, number one, being a damn good son, and then two, having a damn good taste in women. So proud of that young man. All in all his endeavors. This, you're right. This is a no Keisha zone. Fuck Keisha. When we got queens among us, we got empresses. Why the fuck do I need to talk about Keisha when you should already be staying away from Keisha? You're goddamn right. Shout out to our lady liberators. What did they say? Behind every great man is a great woman pushing him. Behind every great black man was a wonderful woman who supported him. A great woman will love you in a cardboard box the same way she'll love you in a mini mansion. But it's your job to not only give that man something to respect, but to support him no matter what. Because you know, if that man has a great woman, he will move heaven and earth and hell itself by hand to please you. But you also, as ladies, I'm gonna give you the greatest advice. You gotta show him that you're worth it. That's the problem right there, Louis. Some of these ninjas out here want to be the thug. When you're on the cusp of warriorhood, you're on the cusp of manhood, but you want to be subhuman in your thinking. You want to be insignificant and inadequate in your actions. You don't want to be built different. You want to be built just like everybody else. Example. I forget this lady's name. She's a content creator on YouTube. She does anime stuff. She said that Vegeta's sacrifice when Majin Buu came up was not heroism. And I said, first of all, redemption is one of the steps of heroism. When you know that you could cost somebody, perfect example. For some of you who watch the show Invincible, I have the comics and they're autographed by the writer and artist. Omni Man, Nolan, had to fight 2,000 years of ideology from the Viltrum Empire. How much do you know? When people joined the side of the coalition, when he apologized, Viltrumites do not apologize. They just say you're weak. Sorry for your damn luck is their motto. The last episode showed how beautifully he changed. Because I told her, I said, well, if you're saying to me that when Vegeta sacrificed himself and there's no redemption for him, then we should throw Judaism, Christianity, and Islam out the window because they all talk about redemption. Because what is the story of all those Abrahamic religions talk about? That God's mercy, God's grace give you what you don't deserve. God's mercy keep you from what you do. So you're telling me that we should throw whatever beliefs and whatever religion we have, because most religions, almost 99% of them, if not lowballing 90% of them, talk about redemption. Let's go to Batman, Superman. Bruce Wayne had a redemption arc because his heart grew so cold that he looked at Superman as a threat and didn't realize when he was fighting Zod that I'm fighting another godlike being. Well, read the book, Andre. Read the book. What about, thank you, Loss? What about Saul and Paul? Saul write about what, 70% of the New Testament, maybe 80? You're telling me he's above reproach? When he was part of the Sadducees and Pharisees? You're telling me Jacob wasn't above reproach and redemption? You're telling me Samson wasn't above reproach and redemption? You're telling me King David was above redemption? You're telling me Solomon was above redemption? You're telling me St. Peter is above redemption, and he's considered the first pope of Catholicism. And even Jesus Christ said to him when he was falling in his faith, "Get behind me, Satan." But did Jesus actually look down upon him? Because of Catholicism, before you get in the gates of heaven, who do you meet first? St. Peter, the first pope. Who is literally the fiber optics and Wi-Fi to get to God, to get to Jesus. Even in Islam, the first person who gave the major prayer was a black slave. Tell me I don't know shit, please. Please. Please tell me, because I didn't finish my degree, I'm not an educated brother. Don't misconstrue my indoctrination for education. What's that saying you say, Namer? I will never let my education get in the way of my learning. There's a lot of people in the Bible that look like you, but you don't even take the time to do the research. Why? Because they're built different. If you actually read the Torah about Samson, Samson had 7 dreadlocks with a golden glow when the power of God came upon him. Does that sound like this guy here? Does it sound like this guy here? They actually rose in God's majesty. Was this guy above redemption? That this guy had to take the hero's journey? Even though he was chronologically 12, 13 in the body of a 22, 23-year-old, each and every Thundercat had to take him under their wing to make sure he became the Lord and King and ruler of their species. But people don't want to talk about esoteric knowledge. Everybody loves Lino. We all do. But nobody wants to talk about the panther and the tiger who guided the lion to the throne. What about Anakin and Luke Skywalker? Thank you. Name her. In order to be built, and I'm going to say this, to be forged in fire, you have to be built of substance, or you'll just be eviscerated in the flames. You'll be incinerated. You will go into the smoke, into an area of nothingness. That's why you have to be built different. At some point, black man and black woman, we got to stop saying, why oh me, and say, why not? Your ancestors, black Americans, your ancestors, Africans, were not people of weakness. You survived every major war. You survived every major famine. You survived every major sickness. You survived every major threat. And you took it like it was nothing. There's a reason why you were enslaved. And they had the audacity to build you better with the best genetics West and some parts of East Africa ever had. There's a reason why they had to have Jim Crow, because the level of intellectual prowess was so profound that if we didn't build white supremacy, you would have took us over in nothing. This is the reason why the current government of America needs you again in their military service and in their industrial and innovation again, black man. You might have heard of this black man who saved America from his 100+ inventions with just a goddamn peanut. What's the name of him, black people? He saved the economics of America with just a goddamn peanut. That's how great you are. You couldn't read or write, but you invented the cotton gin. 85% of the inventions we use today came out of black hands. You telling me that black men and black women aren't capable when everything historically factual told you the opposite? It was up to you to believe that you were insignificant. It's up to you to believe that you're inadequate. It's up to you to believe that you're the fool. When every day you came up out of the bed, you pissed greatness. It was you who came together and economically broke America. The most hated man in America, Dr. King, along with Malcolm X. But we celebrate his birthday in a place where they wanted his death. How about that? I've said it once and I'll say it again. If Black America would have done right by Black people, you would have been in charge for thousands upon thousands of years. Why don't you give all those guys you wanted a guy like me to lock up selling weed? Why don't you give them a starter program to start a weed shop or emporium so they could sell legally what you told people like me to lock them up for, even though you refused to give them substantial employment and occupations? Huh, America? Because you were so enveloped and involved in white supremacy, it became your downfall. Because you knew in your heart of hearts, we were built differently. I'm sorry. Put that whoever had the quote of Thomas Jefferson, please put that back up. Did you know Thomas Edison was sued by his chief engineer, who was a Black man, and won several cases against him? When people say who invented the light bulb, no, it was a chief engineer, Black man. You wouldn't have went to space without Black men and women's ingenuity. Whoever put the quote about Thomas Edison, put it back up, please. You wouldn't even have Washington, D.C. without a fucking black architect. Hell, you wouldn't even have America if it wasn't for that one Black man who was free, who killed and died for it. When all of white America was scared to fight back. And I'm going to say something controversial. To all the immigrants who think they should get reparations before the Black American, you are fucking out your mind. What did you contribute to America that the Black people didn't do? We contribute more than what white America did. And you think your Johnny come lately ass is going to get before us? Fuck you. Now, I don't have any hate against anybody who comes over this place legally and wants to make a better life for their family. As long as you did it fair and square, I have no problem with you. Just like I have no problem with immigrants who signed up for the U.S. military when I was in Iraq and got their citizenship that way. That's fucking honorable. Welcome, fellow American. But you can't expunge our records for shit that you put up against us. You can't tell the truth to your kids? Yes, slavery was some shit. Yes, tell them the hard truth. Because if you don't tell the hard truth, we'll go back to the simplistic lie. Christmas eggs. If America really was the land of the free and the land of the truth, justice in the American way, as you read in every comic book, why don't we have a Christmas Addicts Day? I think Black people should take a weekend out the summer and celebrate Christmas Addicts Day. How about you? One of the bravest of them all. We talk about the thug putting in work. What about Christmas Addicts? He put in work. Instead of just having Veterans Day, why don't we have Black Veterans Day? The liberators of Europe who went to Auschwitz and freed the people who their ancestors were the financiers of our slave ships. Ain't that about a bitch? When Rommel went to North Africa, you had Black Americans that said, we fought for your people, let us fight for ours. Why not that? I'll start the petition. Where's my 6,000, almost 7,000 fucking subscribers? Let's start a Christmas Addicts holiday and put it in front of Congress. You celebrate slave masters. Why not celebrate the person who gave you America? But you know, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. You know why? Because I'm built different. Even though the correct English terminology will be built differently. But guess what? We're going to be black in this motherfucker. Built different. If you look at my character that I put up there, you see the back and forth of the x-ray of him, he's built different. He is the God of strength. He is the God of war. He's strength personified, war incarnate. But he knows the difference. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is lend a helping hand. Sometimes the strongest thing you do is to comfort a person in pain, in sorrow, in suffering. Sometimes the battles you fight are not with the gun and the sword. Sometimes the battles you fight is speaking openly about the truth. How many times have I told you the Super Friends had it right about any law enforcement officer? Your job is the three major things: to fight injustice, to right that which is wrong, and to serve mankind. But I don't know what I'm talking about because guess what? I'm built different. I speak differently than a Dr. T, than a BGS, a Dr. Neil, Dr. Dunbar, Art New Style, a AB Media. Why? Because guess what? I am the vengeance of the Black Manosphere. I'm not supposed to be as nice. I'm not supposed to be as cordial because guess what? Those are our diplomats. Those are the people who speak kindly and speak with great vernacular, with encyclopedic knowledge. When the negotiations fail, you're sending a mean motherfucker like me. You're supposed to be open in speaking and speak and rebuke dysfunctionality. You're supposed to rebuke thugism, single motherism, being a thug instead of being an intelligent gentleman. You're supposed to take your brethren who might have did a bid in jail and show them, hey, I got a job for you. The number one thing you want to see a recidivist of a person going back to prison is when you don't give them opportunities. All you're doing is when you send them back to the clink is making them a better criminal because guess what? There were no heroes. That's the first thing that fucker gonna say. There's no heroes. There's nobody who looked out for me. So I might as well go back to what actually put $1 in my pocket, and that's criminality. Is that the legacy you want? Is that the legacy you care about? Or do you want to be built different? You got so many motherfuckers in this space who've shown the better way. Even in Superman 1, God bless Chris Reeves because god damn it, I love Henry Cavill, but Chris Reeves is Superman. I love Henry Cavill. He is the greatest modern interpretation of Superman we have seen to date. But god damn it, Chris Reeves made a motherfucker believe he could fly. He is the quintessential Superman. He is everything from 1938 to 2026 of what we love and respect about Superman. When he saved Lois, who did he say he was? He didn't say I'm Superman. What did he say? I'm a friend. Sometimes the most powerful thing that you could place in a person's life is just to be a goddamn 10 toes down, whatever you weigh on gravity on Earth, friend. And that's what matters. When you got another motherfucker pushing and believing you. I'd rather my friends fuck me up in a fight than to let me go down in a fucking path of darkness. And I would do the same for them. If you know what a friend is the person who's going to tell you what it is, right, wrong, or indifferent, whether if it's your greatest or your lowest, and still have your fucking back. And you should be proud and honored to be built different. Whether if you're military, police, firefighter, doctor, lawyer, sanitation engineer, pushing a fucking broom, whatever you do that's honorably, you should be proud to be built different. Even if I committed a crime with you, I will not speak against my friend. Fuck you. You're going to do 10 years. Fuck you. Now, I'm not condoning criminality now. I'm not a nice guy. I'm an honorable man. Does anybody know the difference between an honorable man and a nice guy? Anybody? The honorable man is going to be accountable for his right, wrong, and indifference. That's what he is. That's what he is. God help us all. I may have to go inside your kid's school with my book bag gun and whatever armor I have in my truck. I may not even have my armor, but guess what? If I can help it, I'd rather go before God than your kids will. As scared as I may be, but guess what? My fear doesn't count to little babies' fears. I'm 44 years old as of April 1st. I am literally old enough to be a grandparent right now. You think when I look at my great nieces and nephews, they look at me as Uncle Charles, but I'm the closest thing they have to a grandfather besides my father, who's their great grandfather. Because my niece's father died when she was an infant. If I get respect from my 30-plus-year-old niece, what the fuck do I look like in the world besmirching my name? If my nephew joined the military for 12 years, hell, he did 2 more than I did. And he came out honorably. The fifth generation to go to the military, and probably more if I go back in the books. If just your presence alone does not change the direction of the young people around you, then you got some fucking work to do. But that's called being built differently. That's called being built differently. I'm not a perfect man. What did my man say? I don't chase perfection. I chase greatness. Because perfection to me is a final stop. There has to be growth. There has to be a way to get stronger, smarter. There has to be a way to become better. Or we will grow stagnant like swamp water, where there's no flow. Where there's stagnation, there's death. Death of the body, death of the heart, death of the mind, death of the spirit. I don't give a fuck what you make for yourself. What did you make for your community? What did you make for your children? Are you pulling people up while you made it to the top? If you want to pontificate to everybody how great you are, but you haven't helped one blessed soul, then you're a failure. What's the one lesson you learned from Masters of the Universe that Prince Adam knew at 16? By the way, he was 16 when he got the powers of Grayskull, a.k.a. he became the powers of the universe, and he had what? Incalculable strength. There was no limit to his physical power as long as Grayskull existed, which was his birthright through a black man named King Grayskull. That's also African spirituality, because when he called down the powers of Grayskull, he was not talking about the castle. He was calling down the power of his ancestors like they did in Haiti. Let's not get esoteric now, because you know I'm not a degree man yet. Even Lionel had to say, put the sword up to his eyes and say, sword of omens. And the hilt actually hit where? On the pineal gland. And he said, sword of omens, give me what? Because in ancient Egypt, the pineal gland gave you a sixth sense. He said, sword of omens, give me what? Y'all saw the show like I did. What'd he say? Sword of omens, give me what? Give me what? Somebody's going to say the motherfucker in this chat. Sword of omens, give me what? Since we're going to talk about some spirituality, esoteric shit, sword of omens, give me what? I'll wait. My string yards is paid up. Your third eye, yes. Your third eye, which he asked for what? The third eye, your pineal gland. What did he say? Sword of omens. Thank you, Snowman. Give me sight beyond sight. Y'all didn't even catch that, did you? That's African spirituality. Give me strength. Give me vision. Did you know all them 80 cartoons gave you your fucking history and you didn't even know it? I'm going to play this for you. Right? And I want you to catch where he puts the sword, right? Oh, we'll go to Brave Star in a minute. God damn it, you know who show this is. Look where the sword was placed. Right there at the pineal gland. We could talk about Brave Star and the indigenous spirituality. He had the strength of nature, strength of the bear, eyes of the hawk, ear of the wolf, speed of the puma. All the great predators he had the powers of, and more. That means he was so in tune with nature that he didn't need anything else. He didn't have to pray to God because God already blessed him before he was born. Right there in the pineal gland. Eyes of the hawk, ear of the wolf, strength of the bear, speed of the puma. Have you noticed that when you saw the 80s cartoons, there was always a wiser person to guide the hero? Nowadays, you can't even find a cartoon that's manly enough that has a guide for the hero. The boy is stupid or he's impulsive, but the girls are always smarter and wiser than him, but they never put themselves in any danger. Shout out to Shira Princess of Power. We're talking about the 85 version. The greatest #1 episode, I'm going to give y'all homework. It's on YouTube. Go look up Shira Princess of Power, the 85 cartoon. The stone and the sword. Where she had to use her intelligence, her agility, and even the spirits of the universe said, you did all this to gain the powers of the universe, not to rule it, but just to help a friend. Built different. She didn't besmirch men. She loved men. She loved her brother Adam. She loved the men of her community. Why was Shira different? Because she was a revolutionary. She was the leader of the Great Rebellion. But because feminism didn't respect men, they gave you other versions, which included lesbianism, which actually is the total opposite and dichotomy of masculinity, the hatred of it, misandry. I have no love for men, nor any use for them unless they're a tool. But when you read the comics, and where do you think? I always say, my brother, my champion, my savior. Your brother and sister in birth, Christ, Allah, Yahweh, Elohim, whatever God you serve, your brother and sister is probably going to be your savior at some point. They're probably going to be your champion. You're right. King Arthur had Maryland. Lion had Panthro, Cheetah, Tigra, even the Wily kids. Wily Cat, he had Snarf. Snarf, physically the weakest Thundercat, saved all their asses. He literally knew that he physically could not beat. He knew. You know what true bravery is? True bravery isn't being the all-powerful going against an enemy. Is when you know you don't have sufficient power. You know you don't have sufficient ammo. You know you don't have sufficient forces, but you go anyway because your people needs you. And save every Thundercat who was significantly more powerful than him. And what did they say? You underestimated Snarf, the most powerful Thundercat of us all. because he used his skills and his wisdom. They called He-Man the most powerful man in the universe, but they called Man of Arms the most dangerous man in Eternia. Thundercats had a saying about Panthro. We respect the lion, but we fear the panther. But I don't know what I'm talking about because I'm built differently. That's what we're missing. That type of esoteric knowledge. Notice Chitara was the mother figure. She was feminine, but she was also equally capable of kicking your ass. Look at Laura Croft in the 90s. Was she feminine? Was she beautiful? Was she capable? Did she besmirch men? No, she did her job. This woman, this character here, with all fucking super heroines, the proper term, does anybody on the fucking Justice League look at Wonder Woman as a weak person? I'm going to ask you this question for all you comic book readers. Tell me one time in any continuity Wonder Woman didn't put work in. Tell me one time she didn't put work in. She battled Superman toe to toe just to save her friend from walking down a deep path, a dark path. And yes, for our Chitara lovers, there we go. But yet, tell me, was she not feminine on the show? Tell me, was she not capable? Trust me, Wonder Woman and Chitara were not damsels of distress, were they, in any part of the show? Even Blade had Whistler. Oh my God, what the fuck did I just do? Let me come back to Namer. Add him back in. I hate StreamYard sometimes. Let me come back to Namer. Add him back in. I hate. Put something up, Namer. Because sometimes StreamYards put a lot of their fucking shit in. Add you in as a moderator again. There you go. Sorry about that, Namer. Yep. She had Hightower backing her up, but she was still capable. I want you to think about this. Even King David had who? Even David had who in his corner? For all you Bible thumpers, who did David have in his corner? Don't go looking on Google or Wikipedia. Who did David have in his corner? Who did David have in his corner? Who believed in David when all his people didn't believe in him? Thank you, Namer. Samuel. So tell me this hero journey shit that I speak of being built different, is a lie. Have you noticed I stayed on topic for this whole hour and 41 minutes? Now, was Shepherd Boy / King David, was he built different? He lambasted all of Israel. He told his older brothers, how do you allow this infidel to not only besmirch our country, our nation, our king, and worst of all, our God? If you're not going to handle it, I will. Do you know how built different David was? How many stones did he get from the river belt? From the riverbed? How many stones did he gather? I like my audience participation. Notice I could talk about biblical and esoteric stuff and real life and real current life stuff right now, and I could go through it seamlessly. How many stones did he get from the riverbed? Oh, wait. Give me a number. Because I like my audience participation. He got 5 stones. 5 stones. Why? Because he was so confident in his God that all he needed was one for Goliath, and he knew Goliath had 4 brothers. That's faith incarnate. One of the people I'm writing in my story is a faith man, physically built like a wall, but he has 3 PhDs at least in theological science. He had so much faith, he went boldly to Goliath and said, "You will not see the next morning. And I'm coming for your brothers before they even come for me." He galvanized the nation of Israel. Well, the proper term is, because I'm not an educated man, the United Kingdom of Israel and Judah, because there were only 3 kings who were kings of United Israel and Judah: Saul, David, and Solomon. One strike to the head, he put him down. The finishing blow was when he took his gigantic sword and decapitated the giant. Why, folks? Why was he capable of doing that? Because he was built different. A lot of you out there look at your proverbial giants and think they're overcoming you. Oh no, baby. You just need 1 stone for that giant. You just need 1 stone. If David told you, how you look at your problem determines what happened, how long you stay in it, and what happens after it. That's the esoteric knowledge of being built different. That's the closeness. Now I'm going to ask this question. Do y'all want me to open this damn panel? And woman of the past, you're welcome to come as well. Hopefully you got something out of this built different message. Think about it. David said, God sent a bear against my flock, and I killed it. God sent a lion, and I killed it. What is a giant to a king? He took the the littlest person in Israel and said, "You're worthy to be a king." But y'all worried about little things. Are you built different or what? It took me a while to figure out my mission. My mission is the same mission as BGS Dr. T, Dr. Neil, Dr. Dunbar, and others. AB, Artisan MC, Art New Style. My mission is a little bit different because I have a different vernacular. My mission is to get you on your feet. I got to motivate you to get off your ass. My mission is to remind you that you're built differently. You don't take a Chevy Impala when it's snow. You get an all-wheel drive or a four-wheel drive truck. You blast through that motherfucker. We're greeted by everybody's favorite descendant of the Axum. How you doing?
First of all, I have to give a shout out and honor the name of Bilal ibn Rabah, even though I'm not Muslim, because he was the caller of the prayer, or Sayyid Muazzam, as it would say in Arabic. And he was an Axumite.
Black is the ace of spades, right?
Black as the ace of spades, even though some people are blacker than that.
Yeah.
Hell, if I may take this little comedic turn, courtesy of one of our patron saints, the patron saint of motherfuckers, Bernie Mac.
Oh, the great patron saint of motherfuckers. Oh, well, we got to
Yeah.
fuckery.
Yeah. If y'all remember his first appearance on on Def Comedy, it wasn't no. I ain't scared you, motherfucker. That was the second time. The first time he showed up, he started off by acknowledging the crowd by saying, "Thank you, goddammit. I know what y'all thinking. That's a black motherfucker that came out here. Yeah, I know I'm a black. I'm black. I know I'm a black motherfucker. But I figured I'd shock y'all. If I was dressed in all black with blue contact lenses, I'd have fucked y'all up. You know you a black motherfucker if you can put fingerprints on charcoal." With that said, I say that to say this. I once told a bunch of white people that joke, and I flipped it by saying, yeah, but I've yet to see a white motherfucker leave fingerprints on chalk.
Yes, you do have them. Now we got.
And the only reason I know that because motherfuckers are built different.
We also joined by my original co-host, Chaos Rain.
Mm-hmm.
Current
Yes.
co-host,
Everybody's favorite lovable little millennial.
Chaos ABM Namer.
Uh-huh.
What
Can
do
I ask
you,
you a question, Charles?
hold on, let me finish real quick. What do y'all have against or for what I just said for the last hour and a half?
Well, I tuned in, to be fair honest, the last 25 minutes and I'm doing things, so I might not grasp the first hour of the stream, but you said a lot. But one thing I would say, when you go live, Charles, there's a message to everything that leads into the conversation and beyond that most people don't catch. You get me? And always, feedback is always important. That's why, whoever's in the chat room, if they're more receptive to the conversation, goes a longer way. No matter what time of day you do these streams, they gotta understand. Over here is you're going to get life experience, and it's gonna sound nice and it's gonna sound boring, but this is life from a man that has lived it all. You get me? That young man that's gonna be a grown man are gonna learn and understand. You get me? If they think they're gonna come here for entertainment, they'll be sadly mistaken. You get me?
It can be entertaining sometimes because sometimes, believe it or not, I can be as boring as I can just as much.
Yeah, that's true.
But the esoteric part is for those. Okay, Em, what did you get from what I just said for the last hour and a half? If you're not busy, ABM.
Probably working.
That's work. See, the thing I said about this today.
No, I'm here. I'm
Excuse me.
here. What's up?
Go ahead, ABM. You got the floor.
Now, what was your question?
I said, what do you take from what I just said for the last hour and a half? Do you agree with it? Do you think it's bull?
No, I don't think it's bullshit. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
A lot of your greats have always had number twos, people in the background.
Yeah. Because you had to learn to be built different, right?
Mm-hmm. If you are great, then you are built different because everybody's not great.
Say that again for the niggas in the back.
Greatness means that you're built different. Most people are not great. Most people are not exceptional, let alone great.
Exactly.
Like for example, if you are a professional athlete, you're exceptional.
Especially if you make it to the pros.
They're
Well,
1%.
that's why I said a professional athlete. So okay, you make it to the NFL, you get drafted.
Mm-hmm.
You're exceptional.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody doesn't get chosen to be in the NFL,
No. Just
but
like
everybody's not going to be great. Most people
no,
that
not
make it to the
everybody's gonna be great.
NFL, most
Mm-hmm.
people that make it to the NFL are going to be marginal.
Mm.
Not everybody could be a
Especially
little
considering there's only like how many players allowed on a single team?
53.
On a
It's a
team, how many players
53.
can they have?
It's a 53 man
53.
roster. Plus you got
53-man
60.
roster.
Plus you got six, I believe, six give or take on the practice squad.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. That can come in at any time, in case shit happens or whatnot. They're alternates, basically.
You got to realize, right? And I have to take this part out of my life. I always thought that I was exceptional when it came to the sport of wrestling. You know what? And this is not me bragging because my friends joke about it, but they even had to say, "Yo, you were great." When they said my great my godson, right? He was working with a dude,
Mm-hmm.
and he said, "How many legendary wrestlers heard from Lake?" He said, "Only two, Lloyd Cox and Charles Faulkner." And this is a guy who was not at my school. He was wrestling for another school, same period. He said those motherfuckers were nasty. Even though I give three other people greatness, either same to me or beyond. When I've told the stories, when a chick tried to argue with me in the birthday, I said, I know I am not. I lost my first match but won a championship my first year. As complicated as a sport as wrestling, how rare is that?
Mm-hmm.
Chris Cyborg. She lost her first ever match, her first fight in MMA. But that didn't stop her from becoming one of the greatest, or most decorated fighters in MMA history.
Male or female?
A champion in male or female. And she's won championships in 4 different promotions.
Yeah, which is rare. Look at. I
Mm-hmm.
remember somebody asking me on BGS's platform. You telling me
Mm-hmm.
guys combat sports past 40 can't win? The odds are significantly against you. Randy Couture is the oldest champion ever. He won more championships post 40 than pre 40. He still holds the record for most titles won 6. All your
4. How many is it? 3 in? Was it 3 in either division? Because remember, he's also a 2 division champion.
he's the first 2 division champion.
First 2 division champion. It's
It only
him, then BJ Penn. Yeah.
it took years to match that.
Mm-hmm.
He's second. Look how great GSP was, and look how great it took him to get the middleweight from Bisbee. I want you to think about this, right? Most people are not great because they're not inadequate. They're great because they don't understand that they're actually powerful beyond belief, like the saying says. When people listen to me, my friends joked that he said, "What did you do?" He's like, "You think you were that great of an athlete?" I said, "Well, one
I'll
of
let the
the
results speak for themselves.
one of the finest comments when you had a group of ninth graders and I was about to graduate, and he stopped me and he introduced me to the ninth grade class, and he said to me, he told the kids, he said, "Look, y'all might not believe this, you might not care. This guy might be one of the greatest athletes Baltimore City produced. He was a problem for any of your county, any of your private school. ABM would tell you how nasty Archbishop Curley was and Mount St. Joe and
Ooh,
all tournaments. I was pinning those guys. I was so blessed. Shout out to BGS and Black Uber who had to remind me. He said, compared to the average dude who listened to the Manosphere, you live for
hmm
life with wrestling, the military, the police, and your security. He said, you got guys here who are in their 50s trying to catch up to you. And
Here's another example of somebody who also,
humbled the fuck out of me
yeah,
because
it.
God had mercy on a wretch like me.
First of all, I have to intercede on that one, Charles. Forgive me, but the late Dick Gregory himself said that black people not should stop referring to the song "Amazing Grace" because it wasn't about y'all. It was written by a slave master.
Mm-hmm.
That song is not help. That song is not for y'all. It's not about y'all. And thank you, and may he rest in peace. He's Father Gregory for that. But Father Gregory also talked about the importance of also. Yes, I have to call him Father or Baba Gregory, or a boy Richard, as I would have to say in my mother tongue. Um, he gave so much knowledge, and he was built differently. This is a brother remember, he was like 300 pounds at one point, and then he was able to downsize through being taught about the importance of nutrition, and everything, and changing his life. But he also had to teach people the knowledge about what was going on and teaching people how to be better. But very few people listen. It's not their fault. It's not his fault either. He was still dropping dimes and he was still, speaking truth to power and giving it to those who were willing to listen. Whether
You
he
know,
was speaking towards very church and many churches or whatnot.
you know,
Excuse me.
what I
Hmm.
had to tell my friend Namer?
What?
I had to tell her, and she uses it very vividly now. We are not ordinary people.
No.
You're a breast cancer survivor. 3 months after you got half your thyroid cut out, you already had the implants put in.
Ugh.
You were
Ooh.
riding a bike for 40, 50 miles. I said, you still hold your school's record for fucking scoring and assists. You're
And girls basketball, huh? Damn.
you're in college. You're
College basketball. Oh,
you're a double MVP. When the fuck do you do ordinary? Now, there's times I tell her, you're still in recovery. Slow down. You don't have to be everybody's superhero. This is when
hmm
I noticed she pays attention to me. What I said earlier today in the conversation. She says, why do black women have such a disdain? I said, I know it starts from slavery and Jim Crow because so many
hmm
disappeared or killed or lynched in a tree. But when I thought
Yeah.
men were not capable, I said, this is the trick you had to learn. Black women had their husbands always in their face, but you were taught to go get your education. But every woman was taught go to college to get a man. Y'all were taught to go to college to get a degree in spite of a man. Look where they are because the same white feminists, have you ever noticed? Majority of your white feminists are married. You were talking to people who undermined you from being great because they know if you work in HR, you're making $50,000, but there's a job you know your boyfriend or husband is capable of making and it makes 120. Why don't you give those to your men? See,
What are you afraid of, or what are you convinced is going to happen if you do let the men have that type of position?
see, what was the sword of power? It starts with a C. Anybody know the answer? The sword of power was a conduit.
Oh, just like that, like Mjolnir was a conduit for Thor. Okay,
What were black women supposed to be for black men?
a conduit.
How we utilize the power. It gave the power
Mhm.
direction because men had power incarnate. You had power personified. Your woman was supposed to guide that power towards her and your children. Am I lying, folks?
No, no lie to be found here. No lie to be found.
What happened when white supremacy took away that conduit from black men? You went from
And
refined strength to uncouth violence. The father was supposed to wield the power. Have you ever seen that one movie when it was this racist guy besmirching a man in front of his kids? And the guy was much bigger and stronger, black guy. It was this racist white man besmirching him. You know what he did?
what?
He put his gloves on. The white guy was getting scared that he was going to hit him. And his truck was blocking his truck. You know what that black man did?
What?
He pushed his truck out the way with his physical strength. What did he show that racist white guy?
I have power over you, and if you cross me, I have no choice but to stand for my principles and protect myself. I will not tolerate any disrespect.
And that white guy shut the fuck up and was humbled when he pushed the truck out the way.
If I
And
can do that to a truck, imagine what I could do to you.
he did that in front of his children. What do you think that the
Hmm.
children saw within their father?
A powerful man, a
I
man
don't
who took no mess, a
I
man
don't
who stood on principle.
I don't have to hit you to show you who I am. When you show a
Hmm.
guy like ABM when he goes out to work late nights, he doesn't have to display power. He's an electrician. By God means he can take the power away if he chooses to.
And redirect you to another house. I'll give you an example. Bill Dukes talks about his late father, Bill Senior, who was a World War II veteran. Raised him and his sister, and his parents raised him and his sister in Poughkeepsie, in New York, which is upstate. He talked about when he was a child, like his father decided to take the children and their mother on a night on the town, right? These two racist cops stopped them, and they were belligerent. Now Duke Senior was being cordial and everything, right? And he was explaining to them, "What's the problem, officer?" And they were just being belligerent to him. And he's like, "Sir, can you please not cuss in front of my children?" And they just kept belligerent, and then they told him to step out of the vehicle. He was trying to comply, but eventually things got out of hand, and he beat the crap out of both cops. And then immediately he gets in the car, and then sometime later, after knocking the cops, he turns himself in. The sergeant at the desk was kind of perplexed about what had happened. And Bill Duke Sr. said, I fought for my country and everything. And I'll be damned if I'm going to have two cops disrespect me in front of my family. When he told the sergeant that he was a World War II veteran, what that sergeant did to him? He extended his hand and said, you're right, Mr. Duke. The officer should never have done that to you, and I apologize for that. Thank you for your service. And they were allowed to go home without being charged.
See,
And those two officers got reprimanded.
what happened? And this is Mississippi?
No, this is Poughkeepsie, New York, upstate New York.
Think about it, right?
Hmm.
This is why I preach education, trades, and military service.
And Daddy Duke was in the trades after World War II, raising, Bill Duke and everything.
See, shout out to Mr. Fantastic again. The guy, when we first met, we had issues, if anybody followed. Is it manly to put down the fucking swords and speak to each other as grown-ass men?
Yes.
Do I try to be the example of what men try to be? And I'm not a perfect man by any means or any stretch.
Yes.
There's many times I buried the hatchet of people. How many people who were diametrically opposed to me I allowed on my panels?
Plenty of times.
I am probably the most egalitarian motherfucker in the black manosphere.
Charles, the fact of the matter is you're willing to have the conversation with certain people, even if they come in bad faith. Doesn't make you less of a man or a fool or anything like that. It just shows who you are, and they just show exactly who they are.
Even when the last guy, me and B just clowned him from the fucking till the wheels came off. And y'all were probably laughing your asses off. Think about it. I remember when
Yeah.
Mary Brown,
Mm-hmm.
when one of his ladies over, and she was like, I heard from a Mary you hate women. 15 minutes of talking to her, she was enamored. She was enamored. Turned on him. She donated $20. Just by having
Charm of Eric Whoremonger.
it works every time. Oh, the charm is so good.
Oh, man, I remember we were like clowning you one time when BGS had the Coliseum, and I remember everybody was like saying, "Come on, Charles, we know the ladies only love you because of
The
I respect." Yeah, I respect in front of the family. Yeah, you are right. Woman of the past, I don't know. I'm intrigued. What's your background, if I may ask?
Woman of the past, get up here, girl.
Come on up.
You like Baltimore?
We invite you to join us, please.
Okay, Shorty. Here's the thing about it.
Mm-hmm.
I have never told you one time, right? Chaos, right? ABM, right? Namer, right? Chat.
Mm-hmm.
I've never told you I can't get a woman. My formal complaint is the actions of most women today.
Mm-hmm. You don't hate them. You're just disappointed.
I'm strongly
A lot of men are not hated. A lot of them are just disappointed because it's like Nas said. This is like this is after his mother Ann Jones had passed from cancer. She passed away like in 2002. God rest her soul. He talked about how he kept trying to find his mother and other women. We have to understand the women of now are not like the women of before.
Not even close.
They're not raised, not even close.
Do you know my mother is not biologically the grandmother of my niece and nephew? But guess what they call my mother?
Grandma,
Guess what the great nieces and nephews call her?
Big Mama,
Great grandma. For those who could speak
great
and say
grandma, great grandma. All right, because because they call your dad great grandpa.
so. They will run to her, and when one of the kids start crying,
Hmm.
and these are just the youngest ones, the 2 year old girl and the 1 year old twins. I'm like, hey, come
Okay.
here. I'll grab them. I said, you're a big boy, you're a big girl. Use your words or try to point if you can't speak it over. We big boys
The
and
one
girls.
year old was with the 1 year old's gonna be a bit of a challenge. So yeah.
The 1 year olds get it because I told him, you're a big boy now. You learning how to use the pot, right? And he'll know
Hmm.
his. And I said,
Uh-huh.
hey, don't do that crying stuff. And guess what he do? He'll nod his little head. He'll come back, and both one twin will sit on my lap. The other twin gets a little jealous, so he sits on my lap. The 2 year old girl up to me in the middle, wants me to pick her up.
Uh-huh.
She'll hug me,
Uh,
she'll give me a kiss on the cheek, or I'll give her a kiss on the forehead. She'll go about her business
uh,
between my legs. No homo pedophilia shit about that. So when anybody says
now she's just sitting there, just being silly. She's just being silly like a little 3 year old would.
I'm safe because
She's safe.
they'll tell you each time my niece when they were all babies, 1 year old and some
Hmm.
newborn, she's tired. How you put them all to sleep? Same way I put your ass to sleep when you were little. I was changing your diaper at like 7 or 8. So when you respect the person,
And they say black men don't know how to raise children. Shit, y'all been learning. We all been. A lot of us been learning how to take care of our siblings when we were little.
ladies and gentlemen, we're joined by past the Sarah. How you doing?
Hello,
Professor, hello everyone. How are you guys?
I'm
I'm
good.
listening. It's
Little
relaxing.
while, girl.
I'm sorry to. Yeah, I'm. Pardon me, Charles, but I'm a little intrigued by her accent.
Oh, yeah, I grew up in Morocco, North Africa,
Oh,
and
okay.
yes, and I've been living in North America, California for
Okay.
a little while. So yeah,
Okay.
I've been
Wait, where
listening to
exactly in
Officer
Morocco?
Charles.
How you
Where
doing, Nick?
exactly?
Absolutely okay. Alhamdulillah, everything.
Okay.
I don't have no complaint compared to the crazy world right now. I don't know.
So what do you
It's
agree?
Okay.
intense.
I gotta ask you,
Okay.
since you're the panel, what do you agree or disagree to the message I spoke today?
Well, you spoke about how to be have a meaning of living life and stay human, and also try to be have some type of dignity and your pattern of living life altogether as a your gender on Earth, I guess. And I mean, especially now, it's a little bit awkward. Everything is very strange.
Yeah, and it's called being built different, just like ladies like you. Ladies like you who are elegant in your femininity, you're built different.
Thank you, thank you. You know, I have not been. You've been always somebody that I think you from another part of United States,
Baltimore,
Officer Child. Yes,
well, go Ravens, go O's.
but God bless you. Know, I mean, you've been always. I've been always admiring your. You always have strength of directions, and it's very refreshing for sure.
I am so humbled by your kind words.
Yes, and as you know, you like my brother because I'm kind of a little bit older person. So
Don't
if
sound
I So
There's no shame. There's no shame in that.
That's
By the
why.
way, you're not the only outsider here.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm an outsider
actually,
myself.
you
well,
said
I learned a lot with the Manosphere at, I think it was 2015. I mean, 2016, 2017, 2018. And
Hmm.
I learned a lot about the African American culture. So,
Okay.
which is different than I guess Caucasian culture, all the Northern Europeans people and all that. So,
yeah.
so
It's
yeah,
Absolument. Oh,
because
sorry, I don't speak French.
it's different. I'll be like, come. I'll be like, come and tell vous. Ooh. And, and it's funny because I like
What are the chances of Charles learning Darija?
I love having women like yourself, Toya,
oh
Granny,
yes, Toya,
because I like to present. I guess that's the Superman part of me. I like giving hope. Like we still
yes,
Hmm.
have women out there, maybe far and few, but we still have them. I had to tell a lot of people I don't speak in absolutes. I speak in generality. I don't speak in totalities,
Hmm.
and that's what my friend has learned. When she says because she's a cancer survivor, she says
oh,
Hmm.
she had to break down to me. She says when we have these survivors, I can't stand talking to black women because they're so defeated. When
hmm,
I look at the white women, they're living their best lives. I said, and I told her, and she took it, and she said, you know what? You're never lying.
Hmm.
I said, black women find their identity in being a victim. If I take away your victimhood, what do you have left of you?
Just you. That
And she
victimhood's a crutch.
and she says, and I quote, "I'd be damned to be a victim."
Hmm. Charles, that's interesting you bring that up because here's something that's really relevant to the conversation. If you remember, Chris Rock had a documentary called Good Hair, and one of the women he interviewed was a black woman with alopecia, and she talked about now her hair is completely gone. She's hairless. She has a absolute she's completely hairless due to her alopecia. And she talked about how she used to wear wigs and whatnot. And it wasn't until she saw white women who were breast cancer survivors and they were sporting their bald heads, just to be grateful that they were alive, that inspired her to bear it all. And that didn't take away her femininity. Yeah, she doesn't have any hair, but that didn't take away her femininity. Just like I told y'all when I was younger, I had a thing for Michelle and Cello because I'd never seen a black woman with a shaved head like that before.
You missed the '80s, man. Ooh boy,
Now this is the '90s. Michelle and Cello, that was '91.
I know that's the '90s, but you missed the '80s, boy. Boy, there was some. That's how you knew a woman was
Grace
beautiful.
Jones, Grace Jones with the flat top.
That's how you know. Do you know how many white boys was crazy over Grace Jones, including Dolph Lundgren?
She had she would she no Dolph Lundgren did get with her. Remember,
Yeah, crazy about
she
her.
he was her bodyguard originally, and they got together after that. Like,
About how
yeah, what can it? She's Jamaican, he's Swedish. There was a match made in heaven.
think about this, right?
Hold on, wait. I need to get my inner Norwegian out because I have to look at Dolph Lundgren and go like, "Svenska jävla," which means Swedish bastard in Norwegian. I got to be jealous on behalf of all Norwegians because of that. But let's continue.
Think about this, right? Is Ella a woman of the past?
Hmm.
And I always talk about her, Toy, and other
Hmm.
ladies who come up. It's
Isada Muhammad. Let's not forget about Kendra,
on it.
Crimson
Uh,
Cure.
area, other
Yeah.
ones. It's like Crimson Cure. Shout out to her.
Hmm.
I'm glad she still used my nickname, DJ Fish Grease, because she be cooking. She, I'm proud. I'm proud of Kevin Samuels. May he rest in peace. And DJ We still use it today. I left my
Mhm.
mark on the manosphere one way or another. And it's funny because you notice that how many elegant women come up on. Yeah, I had a few detractors, but notice I always attract very elegant women, and I'm proud of that fact. To my channel, who they bless me with their elegance, and they give me hope. They give me what they call renewed strength.
Hmm, that's good. That's positive.
Because oh, we hate women. No, we don't hate women. We're disappointed by certain sections of women. That's why the message has gotten away from, at least on my show, we gotten away from the Keisha politics. Shout out to Sandog, shout out to ABM. We gotta elevate the culture and also elevate the message past that. Black Americans especially. Why? Political power. If we get reparations, if black Americans, who are the standard bearers for blacks around the planet, get reparations, what does that do to the Jamaican? What does that do to the Haitian? What does that do to many different countries in Africa?
That inspires them to seek restitution from their colonial masters,
A
Exactly.
lot,
as it
a lot
should
of
be.
Jamaicans.
Mhm.
I would
Go-
say there is a lot of Jamaicans in the East Coast. In fact, my son just married a half Jamaican woman from the East Coast. Her
Mhm.
dad is Jamaican.
Okay.
He's
The
he's
wo-
tell him to make sure he exercise because he's gonna eat real good.
The ackee and saltfish will get you, man. It does want the oxtail, you know, them oxtail patties and everything. Uh, Jamaicans have an affinity for East Africans, I'll tell you that much, especially
There-
Ethiopians,
There's stuff that
Rastafari and everything.
I
Yeah.
even my ex girlfriends,
Oh.
Mhm.
nothing sexual. There's times I could tell you stories. I'm probably gonna put some of this shit on Patreon
Oh,
because
you better put this on Patreon. It'll be worth every single red cent, even though they know they stopped issuing pennies a long time ago.
I can say even lesbian who took me out for birthdays, Father's days, and stuff like that.
Hmm.
No money. They were insulted if I when they took me out if I took my wallet out.
Of course,
There's
you were the
times
guest of honor.
there's times I just they would call me for advice. There are times when they called me when things are getting heavy. I remember one ex, her daughter's boyfriend and father were getting into it.
Uh-oh.
I had to stand between dude and the father. And I said, and he brought his friend. He's like, man, of course, some dudes are more gynocentric than the women. Man, if that was me, I said, shut your mouth. We're trying to get somewhere.
I hate that. I hate that.
And he
I hate
said,
that. Motherfuckers always say, if that was me, you got to cut them off and say, it's not you. It's not, it was never you. So sit your ass down.
basically, I told him, I said, well, if I come up on that porch, I said, if you come up on this porch, you're going to go 3 times faster than you came up.
Boom.
I said, I'm going to dart you into somebody's car.
You're going to
Now,
be flying like Jazz from Fresh Prince.
now I'm going to sit there. Were the Moors black or Berber Arabs? The Moors were never Arab. Matter of fact, to go through my history class, because I'm a historian by trade, don't have the degree, but I was forced to study history a lot. Thank you, Catholic and Christian schools.
It's interesting history.
The Moors,
By the way, Berber is a derogatory term. It means barbarian. It's supposed to be the people are actually called Amazigh.
mhm. And you got to
Excuse me.
realize the term Moor was just
Hmm.
is the same way we refer to people of our hue and our lineage as black.
Yeah, dark skinned people.
Because if you look at Beethoven, what was Beethoven called? A Moor.
From
Beethoven,
what?
Beethoven was not a white man. He was considered black.
Mhm.
You got to think, those cultures were very distinct of what they called each other.
Mm.
They even
Just
gave.
like the Carthaginians and the Romans.
Hmm. You got to think, there's not one blade of music that white people created. Even folk music was definitely black. You got to understand, your classical music was created by blacks. Your rock and roll, Chuck Berry and Little Richard. When you talk about Elvis, Elvis was stealing more from blacks than the fucking races of Jim Crow. You gotta understand. This is the reason why I think history is one of the most. Even though I gotta tell you, this is your time to shine. If you ever listen, if I allow you to listen to my podcast, this is your time to shine. One of the most important lessons you can learn in school is physical education. Why? Because we have a thing called obesity and laziness.
Mhm.
The physicality. How do you think we have a national security? Shout out to the Professor Cerulean Gray. When we did the podcast, I pray that Cerulean is okay. And we pointed out a 3-star Marine general gave a summit on how that you don't have enough 18-year-olds who can do the minimum requirements to get in the military, not the PT test to get in. This is the reason why when me and ABM said this before and years prior, Chaos Reign, we pointed out on several shows. There's a reason why a lot of young men were geared up to fight during the time of 9/11. Why? Because you galvanized the men through their indoctrination of masculinity. You had He-Man, you had GI Joe, you had Thundercats, you had all these masculine cartoons showing us what masculinity is. Have you noticed that He-Man never took the offense? Lion-O never took the offense. He defended. Even Shira, Princess of Power, was a revolutionary, but she used the power when people needed her help.
Do you
Masculine.
guys remember, Charles? Do you remember animated series called Defenders of the Earth?
Oh, that was an American cartoon. You talk about the Phantom.
The Phantom, Lothar,
Yep.
Flash Gordon,
You had such masculine.
Mantis.
Even when you can notice out of all the '80s cartoons. Excuse my language for this, woman of the past. I'm gonna because you know that little sign up there in the upper right hand corner. We talk real. I'm trying to be
Yes.
smooth and elegant, but not one female character in the '80s was a bitch. She was not a damsel.
Oh,
She was feminine, but she can hold her. Teela from Masters of the Universe was not a damsel. Cheetar from the Thundercats. Late everybody who loves G.I. Joe knows Scarlet and Lady J put in work, but they were
oh, they could throw down. They could throw down.
but they always stayed what, woman of the past? Feminine.
I mean, today the fashion is hard. It's not even. It's very promiscuously
Mm-hmm.
too much in advance like that, up on your face and stuff. So I see
Mm-hmm.
the young
All too
people.
revealing.
Well, go ahead, woman. Speak, please, please. Bless us with your elegance.
Well, it's just too bad because they are spoiling their romance. There's like so not romantic.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's all over your face and stuff. So it's really promiscuously hard, like really in there.
Yes.
Hmm.
I'm gonna tell you what.
Yo,
I'm gonna tell you what broke my heart when I was a is when I go to my chill spot, which hopefully in July people could come to Baltimore. You know,
okay.
we'll get some disposable grills. I'm gonna light that damn thing up, even if I gotta bring a torch. And look like we got a bonfire, but safe.
Yeah.
When
Yeah,
when
fire is good.
20 something year old girls were asking me to play trap music instead of love songs, I
Ooh.
teach these 20 to 25 to 18-year-old girls love songs, love ballads, which have gone the way of the dodo, obviously.
Nah.
And I'm like, wait a minute, y'all don't know love songs?
Who do they listen to nowadays?
They listen to more trap music than than
Trap
white.
music. Oh,
They listen to Sexy Red, Glorilla,
Dirty Red.
Yeah, dirty red.
Dirty. She dirty. Yeah, she dirty.
You know
She's no,
Oh,
she
yeah.
filthy. She's just disgusting. She's just disgusting.
what? We're gonna that phrase "dirty red." You know, thank you, woman of the past. You get all the credit.
No, not dirty. No, not dirty. Because that's a disrespect to the memory of ODB.
No, no, no.
ODB, one of my. Come on, man.
That's a separate. That's a separate category. That's like bubonic. That's like looking at COVID versus the bubonic plague. That's a different circumstance. Set of circumstances right there. And
Yeah.
I'm not gonna woman her age. You're even though you say you're a little bit older than me. How
I'm
how did
sure she understands hip hop, but yeah,
how,
okay.
how does that make you feel and think when you hear that representation of so-called femininity?
Wait, are you talking to me? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
yes.
Oh,
Now, I was saying, how does it make you feel when that's the current representation of femininity?
well, I just feel sorry because I don't know, the emotion inside the person is not channeled like
Mm.
he used to, and it doesn't go to the right pipe and to the right exit, and the whole thing is channeled very differently. I mean, in general, hopefully there is some group of people who continue live a normal life,
Yeah.
you know, and have other purpose in life, because like this whole phone and even the clothes, like if you look for fashion, like it's so promiscuously, like it's so bad, like it's always in your face and all that. So
And
it's very strange time of living right now.
I'm asking a question because obviously you were raised properly by your folks.
My dad, yes, my dad was different person for sure.
What did she say, folks? Her dad. And
Her
and
father.
Mhm.
and I'm gonna say this. Remember when there was a time when less was more?
Right,
Sade,
exactly.
anybody?
Right on, bingo.
Sade and Felicia Rashad in the 80s were some of the most beautiful women. I mean, Iman, for those of people like, oh, you talked about lighter skinned women. Look at Iman. Iman could
Dark
wear.
skinned Somali. Who remembers what's her name? In the show Martin, Tachina Arnold's.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody loved Tachina. Everybody couldn't stand Tisha Campbell because the colorism issue.
Oh,
Dark skin, beautiful. Who remembers Lolo, the rapper? Lolo, no, Yo Yo.
yeah. Lolo Yo Yo with those beautiful
It was
eyes.
Yo Yo, Yo Yo. It's Yo Yo. Even though dark skin, but those green eyes. Oof.
No, she was intoxicating. And here's the crazy part about that is that
Hmm.
there's a generation of men who never heard a woman express themselves the way you do, woman of the past. And
Um,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was listening. Sorry.
There's women, excuse me, men, young men, teenagers, and young adults
Yep.
who have never heard a woman speak as elegantly as you. Have manners, not forceful, not combative, just elegant in all her femininity, but it displays a silent confidence that you know who you are. You don't have to be sexual. You don't have to be out of there. It's almost like a jealousy of like, y'all told me that
Well,
this is what I'm supposed to get in life, but go ahead.
well, I'm saying, being in a good health, like it's already very attractive. So if a woman has a beautiful feature and is healthy on top of it, like it's a plus. So that's the thing. And but there is an energy right now that is very. I'm sorry to bring back this again in the focus, but the
Go ahead.
makeup, the makeup and all that is kind of almost how we call those people, the men who put makeup on,
The drag,
travest the
trans,
drags. Yes,
Transvestites, transvestites, or cross dressers, or drag
transvestite.
queens. Drag
Yeah,
queens, yeah.
now there is the too many accessories like who belong to the back in the days was inside in a room somewhere when you want to get out of your normal life as a man and you want to go to a place to just go foo whatever, but now it's
Uh-huh.
everybody. So but
and
I'm sure eventually there is, yes, a woman who's healthy and just happy with herself, carry what she has with a good spirit and just being productive about certain things, but that takes certain health of thinking. So it's just, people doesn't drive. Like, I live here in California, people there's not much people driving. I mean, everybody's driving, they
yeah,
don't walk.
yeah. And
So
and I think because you pointed out something very particular is their health. You know,
yes, there have.
when you don't, and I think there's a correlation on when you have poor health, especially for women, you usually end up with a poor disposition.
Exactly.
And
But carry yourself with healthy way. What I'm saying is, like, you don't need three coat of this and the hair like this, and those nails are so popular. I try to put on some nails for like one time because I had to go to a special event with the wedding and all that. But you can't do
Hmm.
nothing with those nails, okay?
yeah,
Yep.
and it's crazy because you almost look circus clownish in a way. You
Right.
look, you just went to like you look like a lot of women don't realize, and I think this is the point that you probably will agree with, that women stop asking men, "What do you find attractive?"
Oh, probably true because now we have the third wheel that is in between, because that's the evolution. When I see the young people, where they go to men, woman, and then they put in the middle the third wheel,
Yeah,
whatever that is. So it takes to another level for real. Like, it's horrible.
Mm.
and it's mind-boggling. We're gonna get my man Ray Hama in here. What's up, good Ray?
Yeah, what's up, man? Yeah,
Uh,
she,
I don't know how much you might have heard of the hour and a half I was pontificating. I love that word. Uh, when I talked about how you got to be built different. I think the today's status quo, people are afraid to be built different.
Well, men also do like this type of things because that is called demand and supply, unfortunately. So it's just a vicious circle, I guess. And there is other people outside who are different and continue their path, which is nice. Like, for example, I went to Wyoming. Everybody's normal. I'm kind of normal.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I mean, I know there is no diversity with the ethnicity there, but however, the bodies are walking normally somehow. I was just randomly picking because it shocked me when I was there, coming from California. So,
You would think a place like California would actually be okay. We got bodies here. We got because you're outside more because of the more tropical weather. And what's shameful with it is that you have more people who, I guess, for the easiest way to say it is that you have more people who are functioning off of really, I hate that term, but I'm gonna use the term low functionality.
yeah, for sure. Hopefully, it will pass.
Hopefully, I will live to see it.
It will say, well, yeah, and people who want to see women with some uh, better disposition. It's, I would say, more healthier women, but also women who have grow up with more males around. Like I grew up with Arab people, so
Mhm.
things good. Yeah, it keeps me away from alcohol for a longer time, and I've been lucky for this type. But of course, it was in the 80s, so But that's pretty much also a big. Everybody comes to America to get their freaks on, you know.
That is true. No. What she's saying is true because it's not just the U.S., Canada, Western
Canada,
Europe.
maybe. Hmm?
No, definitely Canada, but also in Western Europe, many parts of Western Europe, a lot of people like to go there get their freaks on.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, I mentioned this before. I grew up in Saudi Arabia, actually, East Coast.
Oh,
Yes, I grew up in East Coast. Right. So for a lot of people, if they wanted to get their freak on, they would have to take this hour-long drive across the King Fahd Causeway to Bahrain,
okay.
because in Bahrain,
S-
they served alcohol. They would sell alcohol there. So weekends, a lot of people go there just to get their freak on, get crazy, and then
Yeah.
they could drive they're back to the mom and everything just to act normal.
Yeah, and all the work ethics change as well. So,
Hmm.
That's true. So right, I'm about to get
Madness. It was madness back then.
it is. So
Still
if you
is.
want a feminine woman, basically, like you get because a feminine woman will come out of a masculine house, men who's masculine.
Uh-huh.
You can't produce a feminine woman out of a house that there is no masculine
No,
men.
there's no masculinity. Absolutely.
Goblins. Yeah, goblins. Chaos goblins.
Yeah.
I like to give
Too many
Rainy.
Tasmanian devils.
I like to give.
Exactly. It's,
I
it's a
like to.
mess.
I like to give Rainy. What do you think, what Rainy, what woman of the pack about what she said about the lack of femininity that we see in the U.S.
The lack of femininity in the USA.
Today?
Oh yeah, yes, due to that, and a lot of women too. As I found, they are scared of being persecuted against by their peers. So therefore, they would try to build themselves in accordance with what they believe everybody else should be, and in accordance with what they see as well. With their group, and so they'll feel like, okay, they got to do this, put on this and do this and act like this in order to fit in, even though it's not them. You know, it's not their true self. And so after doing that for so long, they become lost and not being able to find a way to build their own selves. to be independent from the image of others.
Because we love women who escape the image of the whore.
Yeah.
Right.
And you have daughters, right?
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes, sir.
And it's like, my heart goes out to you guys who have daughters. And
Yeah.
I think ABM has daughters as well. My heart goes out to y'all because you got to fight peer pressure on an insurmountable scale because they're going by what makes them popular, and what makes you popular is going to make you easy.
Like very much so.
Yeah. I send them Crimson Cure videos, what I mean, and some other women, what I mean, um, who preaches about, femininity and not being a wild hyena and shit. Yeah, man.
And
And I'll tell them that too, straight up.
I tell
The,
people,
the real man ain't going for that shit.
nah. And it's like, for
So
someone,
basically, don't follow the path of your mother. And
yeah.
they they know that all too well. He's like, yeah, I know that. I know.
And it's funny because I don't know everybody's situation, so I'll talk loosely about it. It's funny how, you know, fathers will set the tone. And when you tell young ladies, like, look, you go out there into the world, men are going to classify you as a certain character. You're going to be the wife, the girlfriend, or the fun girl. And what happens in those categories is that being the fun girl is not fun. Why? Because when it gets time to settle down and you notice that you're not being settled with, if there's such a terminology word, you're lost in the sauce, baby. And that,
Lost in the sauce.
and I think that's what makes a lot of women bitter because when
Ooh,
you notice that you can't attract these men that you want so badly, because let's face it, feminism will say you don't need a man, but like I told my friend earlier today, well, now yesterday, I guess chronologically, that white woman will go tell you, "Oh, down with the patriarchy," but she's married.
shout
Down
out
with
to the septum piercing theory,
yep,
the septum ring theory.
yep, down with this. But then you wonder why you're calling women pick me's. But here's the juxtaposed question: who picked you? And if
You
you're
know
picked,
what?
go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. It's important. We also there's a scene of a certain movie that comes to mind to what we're talking about, especially about divorced fathers having their daughters' lives. Does anybody remembers the movie Face Off with John Travolta and Nicolas Cage? Now, when this is when the roles were reversed, where Travolta is pretending to be is a villain pretending to be the hero. One night he's just in the house, just minding his own business, and the daughter is being dropped off by her date. But the date doesn't want to let her out of the car. He's just, getting a little handsy on her. So he comes over to the driver's side of the car, smashes the window, pulls the guy out, manhandles him. Then he tells her to get in the house. And then he lets that boy know, you better get out of here and don't let me catch you around here. Immediately after he's driven off, he goes back in the house. The first thing he says to her is, when you dress like a freak, you attract the freaks. This is when she was wearing the trashy makeup, the nose ring, and everything.
Yeah.
And he explained to her, you dress like a, because, and she was just rebelling due to the fact that she was dealing with her own issues with the loss of her little brother, who was killed by the villain at the beginning of the movie. But when he explained to her, you dress like a freak, this is what it is. And then they had this heart to heart conversation where he realized this is all because you cannot, you're still dealing with the pain, the loss of your brother, aren't you? This is what all this acting out about is, isn't it?
And
He got
that's
to the root of the problem. Oh, go ahead.
what I like to call that. I guess call that. I'm not a professional, not a degreed man, but that's what I like to call an example of that. Is called paradise lost.
Yep.
Because at some point we got to look at the loss of this. We got to look at the problem, and if these
Mm-hmm.
problems are met on a fundamental level, we're gonna just, you know, be in a recurring situation of dysfunctionality. And what happens when you have dysfunctionality? You have nothing of a core.
Especially if it's a continuous cycle.
And think about it. Why was it important for a woman's chastity? Because now you're not going to be displaced as a whore. And when you tell this to young women, because let's say this is one of the things John Q. Public has been very famous of doing, putting young girls and saying you have the power, like you got the damn sort of power, and saying it's okay to be promiscuous. But guess what? Promiscuity brings up what? You don't even know who you had your children by.
Paternity issues get brought up. This is why virginity is important.
Promiscuity brings forth darkness.
I mean,
Promiscuity
normally,
brings forth that.
normally promiscuity it should be for the bedroom between you and your husband,
That's how it used to be.
right?
And
Should always be, between the spouses, but nowadays, most marriages are sexless, and most people are usually stepping out on their marriages.
which I thought was weird because you think you're married, that gives you carte blanche to be as freaky as you want because you know this person has a vested interest in you, supposedly.
Hmm.
And what happens is you get a lot of times
Mm,
you have these.
well,
Go ahead.
no, I'm sorry. No, there is a tradition in Morocco where I grew up. Um,
Hmm.
certain time of the year, uh, before Ramadan for them, right? Uh, they lock all the demon in a room. They locked because nobody believe in a demon anymore. They all like zombies,
Oh, the gin.
fasting. The jinn, yes. They lock in all of them, right? But then the women have their promiscuous tricks. They're talking about how they're going to do in the bedroom with their husband. So
Ooh.
that's the level of promiscuity in the Arab world that I know. I don't know about the other, because the Arab world is vast. This is different than other place in
What
other
goes on in the
Arabic.
Maghreb, what goes on in the Maghreb is not the same as in the Khalij, just like it's not
Right,
the same in Yemen or in Asham.
right,
Oh, I'm sorry,
different.
folks. I'm sorry, folks. I'm using the Arabic terms. I meant to say, what goes on in North Africa is not like how it goes in the Gulf region, or in the Levant,
Maybe
or in
maybe it's
or
similar,
in
but similar
yeah,
because
not
it goes
always.
back to their own.
Hmm.
They follow the Ishmael, so
Yeah.
they have their tradition, but the women get very excited over doing certain things to their husband because they want the spice to continue up. So it is a tradition to actually keep it interesting. Um,
Well, of course, it's her
so it's a
responsibility to keep
different,
her husband.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a different aspect of sexuality over there. Like they kind of like talk to each
Yeah.
other about deep things about that, and then when a certain time uh, when they're gonna open the gin box, then everybody's gonna do something that night. Who's gonna give you a good freak for the night for 6 months or whatever, few months.
Oh my! Then just having just get. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about that. Just reminds me of certain stories like the Tales of 1,001 Arabian Nights,
Yes,
3 years.
or yeah,
it's a nice
that,
book.
that's a nice book. There's a poem called the Scented Garden that
Oh,
most
okay.
people don't talk about. That it was written in Iraq back in the past. I
Oh,
mean, Christiana Monpour, she had a documentary series that was on Netflix about about sex, and she went to like various parts of the world. She went to Lebanon, she went to Japan, she went to Ghana
yeah.
to understand about sex and sexuality and such.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, there was a different energy back then that is not inexistent right now here, especially here in this
I
soil
can give
here.
you one good example. I'll give you one example. I'll give you one example. When Lebanon was at war in the 70s and 80s, there was something that was unnatural. It was something that a lot of Lebanese men would do, didn't started doing that they didn't do in the past. You know what that was?
Mm-mm.
They would kiss their wives before they went to work
Oh,
because they didn't know, because of the violence and everything being what it was, and because of the instability. This was in the 1970s, 1980s when
yes.
Lebanon was in its civil war. A lot of men would kiss their wives before they went to work because they weren't sure if they were to come home afterwards,
That's so.
because they thought no, because they understood it could be their last. This would be the last
Yes,
time they see their wives before they get killed, because they might get killed once they leave the house.
correct, right? I mean, there
And
is
most
a.
Lebanese, mhm.
Mhm. Yeah,
And most Lebanese,
it's
like, yeah. Hold on, just a moment. And a lot of Lebanese, they learn to like live life to the fullest because of it, because they don't know when things could last or when they could die or something like that. That's why they're very
100%.
open the way they do, because but they don't save much. They like to spend a lot, and because of that, there's that mentality they inherited from that conflict and whatnot. But as you were saying,
No, 100%. I can totally understand what you. Yeah, the same
Mhm.
energy that I'm speaking.
Mhm.
So, all that is just basically not in a. I mean, it's not here. It's not. It's different. Before people were classic, like this man who says, "Don't insult me in front of my family." So that was his dignity right
Yeah,
there.
that was his dignity. He was defending his family and his dignity because he
Right.
had served in the U.S. Army in World War II. He didn't want to
Correct.
come home to to be disrespected, because a lot of there were veterans who came home from World War II who were from the South, and a lot of them some of them got lynched. And
Yes.
Eisenhower was fighting to integrate blacks and whites into the same units.
Yeah.
But because
Oh.
the problem, there was a story. What happened was, when you had American soldiers in Britain during World War II, and and where you had black soldiers going into a bar, and their white counterparts, the American ones, were trying to insist on segregation, despite the fact that there were British servicemen who themselves were blacks who said, "We don't do that here." Next thing you know, a fight breaks out. You got British soldiers aligning themselves with African American soldiers, and the British locals were supporting the African Americans in their fight against the white Americans, who were
Hmm.
trying to institute segregation in Britain, saying we should have whites only, blacks only. They said, "We don't do that here. You're trying to bring white supremacy in the UK, and they're not having it."
And then here's the funniest part. Those are the
Mhm.
same probably saved your life.
Yeah.
But you can't eat here, even though there are no such things as what they said. There's no such thing as an atheist in a foxhole. But
Uh-huh.
when you need help, you're not saying God send me a white man.
God send me any man, or God send me a savior. Don't matter what the color of his skin is.
And it's crazy because this is the reason why I think history is the biggest thing. Why do you think history is the one thing you try to omit? Because if you teach true history, you'll see how ugly history was or still is in some fashion. And
I have to own up with the ugly side of the history of my own people, but I'm not ashamed of it. I look at it for what it is and say, yeah, this is what it was. This is why things came about. You can't understand history, but you only focus on that what without understanding the how and why, along with the when and where.
mhm. and
Just
that's where notice you don't have the elegant black woman on TV anymore.
or very few.
Everybody
Or if
prays
she is elegant, it's not without some ratchet in there as well combined.
everybody praises the ratchet.
Can I just say something in between that I noticed as an outsider? Like the people, like um, what's going on is like people are. I mean, like men. Okay, so if you have your I mean, men need some fantasy, women need fantasy, especially when you younger and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But then after you finish your fantasy on all your stuff, normally men get together and focus on something else in between, like what they're gonna do today, or what they're gonna fight for, or what work needs to be done, or oh, this youngsters needs to be their ass kicked, whatever. That's what the focus of men should be done. Now today, I noticed like today for a while now. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
started pretty hard around the early 90s. Notice more and more men lose their testosterone of focus, so to speak.
Uh,
So
mm-hmm.
again, I'm sorry to say, and I will say it again as a female, that men loses the north. So if men are hard on their things, like women have no other choice, unless they're lesbians.
Yeah, because even if you notice, even the lesbians will turn back to men.
I
Because,
don't know about that, but
oh yeah,
yeah.
they turn back to men hardcore because a
Oh,
lot
you
of
mean the has-beens?
well, I like to call they're the gay reserves, gay 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year.
I have no idea what the heck is this, but yeah, I'm listening.
That's the type
I
of
know too many lesbians up here, and I bust their chops about that.
because one, it's for the longest time, women were taught to fight their biology. Thank you, feminism. And what have we learned? You can't fight it. And those women want to have children. They want a man to take care of them. So what happens?
What?
Yep. They want children because you can't fight biology. It's a biological urge for women to have children. Hey, I have a gay aunt with a daughter. Okay. So
Has anybody ever seen the movie She Hate Me starring Adrian Mackey?
nah.
If anybody, y'all should look it up. See what's interesting about that movie.
And I'm gonna tell you, it's a lot of like I swear to God, whatever God you believe in, there's a lot of lesbians who love old Charles.
Hmm.
Well, Charles, you bring out the femininity in them. You know what can I say? Your masculinity is such.
And
Well, isn't it the
Speaking
woman
of
reflect over the sun? Women are reflect to the light of the sun. I mean, women are not suns; they're the kind of the moon type. So
the
in
moon,
turn, Yeah. So we gotta reflect. So as long as men keep this going in the right way, then normally everybody else should follow.
Yeah.
Uh,
But that's one of the problems with the ideology now is you have one of the biggest bitch fits in society is that who shall follow. And what happens with all this is that you have a lot of people who want to. You teach your boys to be egalitarian, but you teach your women to be the leader, and that's where the
Mhm.
disconnect really falls into. It's like, oh, we like being in charge, but we don't like being in charge.
they want the benefits without the responsibility.
Is
Yeah,
it like this in the military as well? It started to be slightly like that, or how is it in the military right now?
military is still pro male because it's mostly male, and
Oh.
that's I agree with Bush. But guess what? We don't need transgender surgeries for military personnel. It does nothing for us.
Unless they're going to be involved in espionage or some shit like that.
I don't think a guy with a 5 o'clock shadow will be pretty good at espionage. So, yeah.
Uh, I mean, you want to talk about women in the military and everything? I mean, women do good, and are better in certain roles than men are, and men are better in certain roles and vice versa. You know, there should be respect for that. Oh, it's LAPD SWAT. Thank you for that reference. Said UK 1943. Courtney B. Vance was in a film about that. Yep. Forgot the gentleman who there was a British Nigerian gentleman who did a similar film. But anyway, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, going back to about men and masculinity
Mhm.
and about being built different. Look at music in the 80s. Prince, Michael Jackson, they were masculine in their own right, but they were they were great as they were because they were built different, because they weren't just about the music, they were also about control of their art and about the business.
Hey, ask Tupac what
Michael
he
Jackson,
ask Tupac what
Michael
he
Jackson.
did to Tupac.
Oh,
Tupac was the other thug life.
no. There's a story apparently of
Wait, is
Michael whooping
Tupac
Tupac's ass.
is Tupac masculine?
No, Tupac is masculine, but here's the thing. There's a story. There's a story about Michael whooping and Tupac's ass. Now you can say Michael was a simp, but not really when you think about it. Because sometimes Pac was young, but he was headstrong, and sometimes he needed a foot in his ass. And the story goes like it was when Pac was dating Quincy Jones's daughter,
Hmm.
and then he just like cursed her out of her name and everything. Instead of talking to her like an adult, he was just like, "Yo," just went headstrong. Because remember, Pac was like in his early 20s, still had some growing up to do. Michael came up to him, and they're about the same size, both were 5'7", and Michael was like, "Yo,
No, they said Michael was
Tupac, you need this."
5'10".
Was Michael 5'10"?
Yeah.
He's taller than that.
Okay, Pac was like 5'7", 5'8".
Yeah, Michael J. White said, "Oh, that was just acting."
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I don't
the
know. I'm
feminine
a
voice.
East
Yeah, but
Coast
hang on, hold on. Yeah,
rap.
hold on. Yeah, hold on. So Pac was like cursing out what's the name out of her name, Quincy Jones' daughter. Michael comes up to him and said, "Yo, you gotta watch how you're talking to her like that, man. That's my niece and everything." Tupac looked at him and said, "Yo, Michael, all due respect, but mind your motherfucking business." Mike turned into Joe
And put the
and
he.
whooped him and had no, he was like he was Joe Jackson on that motherfucker's ass. Joe Jackson just came out of him, just straightened his ass out.
I gotta tell you.
Probably use a belt as well.
I gotta tell people. You think any
Hmm.
kid Joe Jackson Brady was going to be a punk.
No.
Get the fuck out.
All 9 of those kids finished high school. They graduated high school. Nobody was fucking around on drugs. Nobody got pregnant out of wedlock. And he whooped those kids, into shape. He whooped them into superstars. Eddie Griffin had even talked about, I wish my daddy whooped me into superstardom.
I mean, you got to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
There's stories I talk about my son that makes me
Mm-hmm.
laugh. When some dudes came up to the school jumping his friend. Of course, he's not gonna let his friend get jumped, and it was 6-on-2. The next day, they suspended my son because school bitch ass protocol.
Mm-hmm.
Laughing because I'm like, dude, they came with 6. Guess how many people they came with the school next? They came with 40. I'm laughing my ass off like, God damn, boy, how many did you drop? And I'm like, yo, you can't tell me that you dropped all these motherfuckers. And I'm laughing like, if they said in 40, you must have dropped them cold. But that's what you take the masculinity because, back in the day, if you and another young man had an issue, y'all settled it mano y mano. But now you look at the kids, the boys, I got my boy with me to fight. We have a saying in Baltimore, we call you a bitch.
Eddie
And
Griffin had a joke about that. He talked about his boys, whenever he had to settle some shit with somebody, his boys were there to make sure that nobody else got involved. Because if the other dude's friends try to get into the fight, then they would have to jump in and say, "Hey, this is supposed to be a fair fight. You guys get in, we get it, we jump in."
yeah, and it's so sad because I remember watching this online. It's one of the most shameful things, but one of the proudest at the same time. I know it sounds silly, but let the story rock. You had a dude who had a gun on him, and dude talking smack to him. He gave his buddy the gun, and he just settled with hands and knocked the dude out cold.
Uh huh.
Afraid that young people got guns, but at least he did it the manly way. He actually put him to sleep with his hands. He had nitrile in his fist. So what
Mm-hmm.
happens? You have this element that doesn't have this masculinity. I'm afraid to take an ass whooping generation. This is the epic shit talkers. Like, y'all want tough, but guess what? Nobody's tough to take that out. Nobody
The
wants to fight.
character Willie Jones in Friday. John Willis, remember when he had that when he confronted Ice Cube when he had the gun?
Yeah.
You guys are punks now. You sissified. When I was your age, anybody showed and he balled his fist up and said, "This is all the protection we had. You win some, you lose some, but you live. You live to fight another day."
But that's
And
what happened.
in those days, they would say, "All right, I'm gonna see you at this, and I'll see you out in this alley. I'm gonna see you in the alleyway of this of such and such and such such." They didn't do it out in public like on a street. They go somewhere, in private where nobody had to get embarrassed or something like that
This is
because
this
they
is
knew if they would do it out in the street, somebody would call the cops.
this is what I really think schools need to implement because the soccer mom fucked up schools and sports. Look, I know BG might be listening or he might disagree. We're the last generation to catch a fair one. Sorry, I'm from Baltimore. Bank means jump. But here's the difference. Like, dude, you had to handle yours at some point.
Shit.
What happens when you don't even learn how to fight? You can't throw a proper punch. Every time I look at these fight videos, all I see is a bunch of arm punches, like they reaching in a cabinet and it's too far to get to. And
Wayland just throwing haymakers out of disorganized, disoriented, no
yeah,
proper form.
because if you show me a guy lifting his chin up I'm gonna say, hey, free hit. That's all I'm gonna say is free legs. But this is
Not that many people know how to grapple either, man.
oh trust me. What did Buddy Crawford said? I'm a boxer, not a wrestler. Wrestling get a hold of you, you're
Yeah,
done. I had a chick tell me on my birthday, wrestling isn't fighting. And I can tell Shorty, you never been in a fight. If a person knows how to
shit.
choke you the hell out, what can you do? You're at their mercy. And this is the reason why I said, shout out to the Sand Dog. The idol worship of women and trying to impress them is shameful. Why? Because a lot of dudes get into fights to do what? Impress women.
Across the woman.
But how many people will stand for the honor? Like I forgot the dude who was a football player, and he had to cap a few dudes at his house because the sister got mad because that was her side dude, and she got mad. Why? Because the side dude didn't want to mess with her anymore. She was married, and she sent her brothers to go try to shoot his shit up.
Travis Rudolph.
Yep, shoot the shit up. And I'm like,
Fuck
why?
up and fuck his shit up, yeah.
Why didn't the courts put her underneath the jail? And this is the part where I'm like, look, y'all fought for this equality. Eat it. Eat it. If you're coming
And you
there to
should have seen her. You should have seen her. You should have seen her when she had to take the stand, explain her actions and whatnot. And when the prosecutor asked her, what the lawyers asked her, what do you mean by fuck his shit up?
she literally says
What
shoot
do
her
you
shit.
mean by text? Is she?
Yep. I read those
Mm-hmm.
transcripts. Shoot the shit up.
Mm-hmm. So your brother, a cousin of his, a cousin of yours, and two of his buddies jump homeboy, show up at the guy's house. Now, mind you, Travis Rudolph had his sister, his mother, and his younger brother in the house. And they show up, and it's all recorded on the doorbell cam. And they show up at that hour, like after midnight, like, what y'all doing here? They show the guns and say it's demon time. The fuck? Next thing you know, he's scrapping with those four. His brother comes in to help him. Next thing they escape. They run to the garage, break out the AR-15s. And unfortunately, shooting those guys when they're trying to run, he ends up killing one.
I mean,
But because they came and invaded his home, he wasn't charged. He was acquitted of murder.
I'm just thinking to myself, you come up to somebody's house uninvited, thinking you're gonna handle some shit. You deserve what you get. And then on
Yeah.
top of your sister. Now, one damn time did you say, bitch, you married. The fuck? And it goes back into she's not going to serve the same time you will.
Nope.
At, at some point, we got to be better men about this. And this is the point where we talk about the church will take advantage of your lust. I know it sounds.
How many women take advantage of a guy who is a one-time or two-time felon on parole?
Well, hey, going back to that whole impressing the bitch, uh, that crap, man. You might as well say that goes back to movies, dude. Like the movies have taught that to dudes, man.
You going up there, this is your sister. I got to defend her honor.
Mm-hmm.
How do you defend the honor of somebody who has none? That could be me. I'd be like, wait a minute. This dude, what you mean this dude? You married.
Yeah, man,
What you
you gonna
doing with
defend?
him?
Like, yeah, man, you defend the honor of the chick, and she and she goes off with you, man. Then y'all go right off, man, and then the end.
This ain't no fairy tale. This is no fairy tale.
I
This is
know.
not a fairy tale.
You
Excuse me,
you
I'm
gotta take
lost.
down the whole cartel just to in the end just to get the chick.
What are you, Antonio Banderas and Desperado? Get out of here.
Go ahead, woman of the past. What you confused about?
I'm lost in what you're saying. Like you're saying that this woman is married and then she end up going with one of the.
Yes, her side dude was a football player, pro football player, well, a former
Oh,
pro
Mhm.
football player. She gets mad with him because he doesn't want to deal with her anymore. So she tells her brother, literally, and I quote in the transcripts, shoot his shit up. And you would think if somebody's sister, you don't want your brother to get involved in any danger unless you're truly in danger. But that's what Dr. T.S. Johnson so eloquently put, being an unpaid bodyguard in pit bulls.
hmm.
And you're
Oh,
telling that one, it reminds me of a story with my ex. And this is her birthday. Her birthday is January 1st. She had family over the house, and her daughter slapped her boyfriend in the face in front of the family. He said we were ready to jump on him just in case he tried something. I said, "You better be glad I wasn't there. 'Cause I've knocked every last one of you the fuck out." First of all, I'd have looked at you and said, "You." I'd have been like that scene in Snowfall. Yeah, slap your daughter. Slap your goddamn daughter. Because if your daughter was dating my son and my son didn't provoke shit and she slapped him, oh, it would have been some repercussions to that motherfucker. So
or threw a drink at him or
Well,
something, or
first of
called the
all,
cops on him, or called the brothers on him on some false shit. Go ahead.
you slap your boyfriend in private.
and then you slapped him in front of the family, and y'all ready to jump on him. Why didn't nobody? Why didn't anybody jump on your daughter? Why didn't you jump on her? So you're telling me your daughter gets protection, and she was like, and she had the bow and say, "I didn't think like that." I said, "Yeah. What if your daughter dated my son? I'd have dared anyone get out their fucking seat because I'd have put a fucking I, these size skulls would have went in somebody's asses, if not all. Guess what?
You, Josh, Mike would have had you, Josh, Mike would have all had to like check everybody. Like y'all give them that look, those looks. Like y'all want to try some?
It
We're
would.
right here. You want to try some?
It could have been me by my damn self. The fuck
Mm.
you got the audacity to put her side, and you didn't check her? That made me look different about you. And she was like, I didn't think about. I said, nah. See, this is the reason why a lot of you chicks out there are a little bit brazen because y'all think somebody's gonna come to your protection.
Yeah, but that's not their fault because they should be canceling and both sides did the youngsters and somebody slapping like that, especially.
Because
So it should be
she got.
both side canceling.
And I said, first of all, what type of mental illness does your daughter have to do that in front of her family? That tells me a lot about
Yeah.
you. Because one, if that was my kid, you slapping him, and my son boxes, and but then y'all don't want to talk about what started the incident. You want to say because he created more damage. So if he would have took her jaw off the hinge, oh, he's wrong, right?
First of all, a fight like this is very intimate. You should be in the private room
And
between the two people. Like normally you don't do this in front of the fan.
and then that should be an embarrassment to you, because what if that young man's parents would have came back when if he told her? And I tell a lot of young black men, stop taking abuse from women. I'm not saying beat them up, but guess leave. No, no, I can't be with you because I'm end up in. You should tell a woman, if I end up with you, I'm gonna be in jail.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you this one. My parents never told me not to hit a woman. They told me don't be a bully, but if she big enough to hit you, you rock her shit. because what happened was women got away from. It's like, remember growing up, everybody had a healthy fear of pit bulls. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I know for some of you who live in the continent or from the continent, what's the number one apex predator on in African soil?
Lion.
Would you go slap a
Then there's,
lion?
of course, a leopard. No, hell no, you don't slap a lion, but here's one you got to be more weary of, and that's leopards. Because a leopard can come at you from out of nowhere.
The leopard actually hunts humans.
Mm.
Lions don't.
Hippos will attack humans if they think you're in their territory. A
So,
dominant male hippo will attack if you're in his territory.
I've learned this through the years. Women have gotten rid of their fear of men because
Mm-hmm.
oh well, we're so abused. So you find out in the black community, 70% of the aggressors in the black community are because you expect to be able to beat up on that man, even if the man pushes you off. That's when you want to call the police. He didn't hit you. He pushes you off. Oh, and I'm like, wait a minute. That's somebody's son. And I had to warn one chick. If my sister or my niece caught you trying to hit me, what do you think? What do you think would happen to you? Especially if my sister. She got better hands than Han Christian Andersen. Okay, she will fucking Tommy Hearn your ass. But at the same time, if you're willing to do that in front of your mother, imagine what you do when nobody's looking. And I tell people, you never know when people are tired of your shit. What happens if he just snaps on you because he's just tired? And it's like to a lot of women, they don't understand the difference in strength when it comes to male and females is staggering. Okay, that dude come upon you, you think it's a wild beast if he just has no holdback. It reminds me when I was on duty with the department. You had chicks talk about I fight men, and I came to tell that woman you never talk about winning.
What? Really? They
Ex-
do. They do that. Okay.
Exactly. This is the part where
I
a
can
lot of
imagine looking at a woman tell you that.
I fight men, and I told her you never talked about winning. You're like you're like Jake LaMotta and Raging Bull. I don't hear no bell. Robinson just beat the hell out of you. You didn't hear a bell because your eardrums are burst. You know, so they're prolificated. So you're telling me that you're okay with fighting a guy you're supposed to be in love with, and that's how you express your love? That's sick.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well.
And this is and I want all the fellas in the chat and on the panel notice from a different culture woman of the past is from, and notice the amount of shock she's displaying. Notice we're not used to this, are we, fellas?
Charles,
Mm-hmm.
you guys notice my avatar? Yes. This is where I come from. That's my mother's generation. They fought alongside the men, but they didn't fight against the men.
And that's the shameful part about it is that we they saw too many damn movies and shows. Like I had to ring my ex girlfriend a new ass when she told me that
Mm-hmm.
she hit. If we were about to jump, I said, God knows why I wasn't there because the first motherfucker would have got up out there and rocked your ass.
Charles, a lot of women who grew up watching wrestling thought they could emulate China, but they weren't built like China. A lot of them were built like Sonny.
Even if you're built like China, you would get hurt.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. There's a
You did
difference.
not want to mess with certain people.
I promote being a gentleman, but you don't understand this. Not every man out there is a gentleman. Okay.
No.
You can say that
Some of us
again.
got to screw loose. Some
Okay.
guys got to screw loose. You just say the wrong thing or look at them the wrong way. It could be your night to get fucked up.
Not every man out there is a goddamn gentleman. So you're telling me your wayward ass felt as though that it's cool to put your hands on, and now this is what people don't understand. You're telling me, what if his mother or sister saw that? Now you're gonna see. This is the problem with the modern woman today. Okay, in general, but not in totality. You don't
Mhm.
understand warfare and what's that's gonna make. You're gonna make
They don't
that.
understand consequences.
You're gonna make that turn into a family war. It's
Hmm.
gonna become the modern day Hatfield and McCoys
Ooh, that's an
because
ugly
you
one.
disrespected. They trusted that your son was gonna be over there enjoying a birthday celebration of yours, and then he gets assaulted because your daughter can't keep her hands from herself. And I told her, I said, you need to sit down with your daughter because any man that deals with that and stays with it is naturally toxic. That being said, what if you get that one guy who does not give a flying fuck?
Oh, what if a guy? What if
And
she
I
slapped
told
him
him,
and
I
the guy
said, you
snapped?
should have the same reverence for your man as you do a pit bull.
Hmm. Oh, Charles will be right back. He got disconnected by accident. Welcome back.
Yep. And I don't know if anybody heard what I said. You should have the same reverence as for your man as you do a pit bull or a lion. That same guy you call upon him to protect you when it's dangerous. Why don't you respect him as a protector? Why?
Uh,
Because that, like I told her, your daughter is a
mhm.
representation of you. You supposed to,
She's a reflection of the way she was raised.
because if I was a woman and I did it in front of my mom or
Oh
my,
shit, there'd be hell to pay. There would be hell to pay.
they would have slapped all the food out of your ass in the last month. And I'm not somebody who's saying go beat up women. No, I'm not saying that. I said protect yourself at all times. But guess what? You don't know if it's a man who takes it too far. And I'm like, yo, you
Hmm.
even Rain and Woman had to say respect from the front. And this is the sad part about it is that you have a woman of a different culture shocked and appalled. She's probably clenching her proverbial. She's probably wearing them at this night. Her proverbial pearls, because I'm pretty sure you wouldn't teach your daughter like that. You probably slap your daughter. What are you, woman of the past? You probably be embarrassed. And the sad part about it is that what I don't like what modern women do is put themselves in unnecessary danger to prove a point because you think you got somebody to back you. That's narcissistic on so many levels.
Self
Oh,
entitlement.
he made me mad. And here's the foolish thing of the young boy from what I heard. They moved in an apartment together. I said, boy, I said, Shorty, you don't want your daughter to live, do you? I said
What was on that boy's mind to think he could just move into an apartment after that shit?
last name whoop, first name pussy, I guess.
Yo, Charles, do you remember what happened to Ray Rice after what happened after the elevator thing?
I'm gonna tag me in because I'm gonna go black pill for a minute. And I know damn sure
Here's the hot tag, and he comes in like a house of fire.
I'm in like a house of fire. And I know damn sure it's been a while since Raining Woman heard me go totally black pill. Okay, motherfuckers, I want you to hear me for the sound of my voice.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, ABM's in the back.
Oh yeah. Sorry, ABM.
Sorry
And
about that.
The girl dropped down.
I'm gonna say this: a horrible woman will cost you not only your life, your freedom, but millions. Ray Rice could, after that incident, Ray Rice could never play in the NFL again.
Because his wife's drunk ass. And was it weeks later?
Mm-hmm.
He married her. They got married.
She's doing a lot better. I guess the relationship's doing a lot better. But guess what?
Mm-hmm.
A woman, and
All
we
right.
have,
Good night, Charles.
all right, good night. A woman is supposed to protect the image, the glory, and honor of her man and kid.
Mm-hmm.
Did Ray Rice's wife at that moment protect all three?
Fuck
No,
no,
she
she spit in
didn't.
his face.
She spat in his face in the elevator. And what's also worse is that they both if you look at the transcripts of Atlantic City PD, she was also charged. She was arrested and charged for drunken disorderly conduct.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, ABM. Go ahead on it.
Toxic has become part of the culture.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to y'all talk, and I was trying to think. When have I ever heard a black woman say, "I don't fight men.
Thank you.
I don't fight big, strong men"? Or when have I ever heard a black woman say, "Nah, I don't do that shit. I'm too girly for that. I'm too feminine for that. That's
Mm-hmm.
not ladylike." No,
Mm-hmm.
it's the opposite in the black community. You hear black women say, "I fight niggas." Toxic has become culture. And it's funny. While we on the subject, let's keep it real. There's a lot of black men that like that shit.
Hello.
A lot of you dudes, y'all like that shit. You in that apartment with that broad, y'all tussling every other fucking day, furniture moving and shit.
And I hate that shit when those same niggas try to project that shit up on other man. Like you got to be at war with
I'll
me
tell
and
you
shit
what. Hey,
because
bro,
you're
you got to
used
drop
to.
down and I'll bring you back up. We can't hear you.
Okay.
I hear him.
Uh,
I was able to hear him.
I couldn't hear.
Wow.
We might just drop. I'll bring it
Yeah,
back
but
up.
I was just saying, like, the toxic shit has become so normalized that it's culture now.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of chicks think that shit is cute. I was having this conversation years ago with a friend of my lady friend. And I was telling her, I'm like, look, you got women out here who just absolutely don't respect you unless you smack the shit out of them at least once.
Dude.
What does that
They're
mean?
gonna purposely try you. A lot of
What did Chris
times when
Rock
you
say
see
about
women,
arguments?
a lot of times when you see women be disrespectful, that's what they're doing. They want you to hit them because in their narrow-minded view of masculinity, that's what they think a man is. Well, he's supposed to hit me now. But society, well, at least Western society teaches us, no, we're not supposed to beat up chicks. So then that broad will then, because you don't hit her, she look at you as less of a man. I mean, isn't that fucking crazy?
It's insanity.
It's absurd.
It's
But then,
fucking crazy.
but then they want you to respect them. And what's brutal, isn't it a shocker? I want to say something to Namer and ABM. and even Ray, he's back up now. Is it shocking that a woman of the past is shocked by this damn behavior? That tells you the difference in culture right there, doesn't it?
And she's lived in the U.S. for how long now?
Yeah.
I'm s-
It's a breath of fresh
How many
air.
years have you been? How many years have you been in the U.S., Women of Tomorrow? Women of the Past? My apologies.
No,
Oh, you
like
got to
that.
go back down,
Maybe I
one of
should
the
change my
passing. I'll
name
bring
for
you back
real.
up because I can't hear you.
No, I've been here like
Something about these damn Apple
almost.
products.
It's sad. I've been here for almost
Just
30
drop
years.
down and come back up because I can't hear you. Think about it. It's a breath of fresh
Hello.
air.
I can
Yeah, I've
hear
been here
her.
for yeah,
Yeah,
I've been
I
here
can
for
hear her
almost 30
too.
years.
It's
3
something
years,
about
but
these damn Apple
I've been
products ever since
living
StreamYards
in a
did that.
tunnel though because like I've
Yeah,
been
you got to
married
go
for a
back
long
down,
time
drop yourself
in my
down,
past.
and come back.
So I
Just
lived
do
a tunnel. Like I was going
We
to
can't hear
school.
her.
a
I
reset.
don't think she can hear us. I don't think she can
I don't.
hear us.
I can hear her. I don't think she hears us.
Yeah,
I
just
can hear you guys.
see if she can hear. If she
Oh, you
can.
hear it?
No,
Yes.
I can't hear. Let me see
Okay.
if I can put it in the
Yeah.
back chat.
Sometimes it cuts. I notice my side too. I can.
But
Sometimes
it's
it
a
chop it
damn
up.
shame that we have to get a
But
Okay.
woman.
long story short, yeah, I've been coaching. My kids. Because I've been married for a long
And
time, so I
it's
was
a
living
damn
in a
shame
tunnel. Though, so basically, I didn't live in a real life here.
that
Okay.
Yeah, so
you know
almost 27 years of my life here, I've been
that
living in
Okay.
a
30 years.
married
Almost 30
life.
years. Then yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
almost
yeah.
30 years. Just let
So,
her know to if she can't
but
hear me, let her know
it
to
doesn't
drop down
matter
and come
because,
back
like
up.
me, I never went to school,
It's a
so
damn
never one.
shame. And
Never
remember,
went to school
Okay.
thank
when I was
God for women
younger,
of the
when I was a
past coming up
child.
here,
So I went to school
validating
and
what a
college
proper
when I
woman
came here
sounds
because I
like
had to
and
learn
speak.
English
Did you
and
hear any
articulate
masculinity,
a little
fellas,
bit
from her
because,
voice?
like, I need to
Charles,
learn.
hold on. Charles, hold on. She's still talking.
I can't hear
Not
As
her
you were
now.
yet.
saying?
I can't
Oh,
hear her
I
Okay.
went
because
Yeah.
to college, community college,
I don't
So,
think the folks
Oh,
could hear.
okay.
but, mhm. but
There's
other than
some
that,
technical issues here, folks. Excuse us.
yeah. So that's why I'm not very. I'm kind of like when you're married, you just take care of your kids. You don't belong to the outside
Hmm.
world, and it's a business family and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, I hear you. There
So
you
I've
go.
been
I
kind of
understand.
like under an umbrella for a while.
Okay.
Yes.
God bless your
Okay.
God bless your umbrella because, like an umbrella is supposed to do, it's supposed to protect you.
Yeah.
And
A covenant.
I'm gonna ask the fellas of the panel and those in the chat. Does she sound
Hmm.
like a breath of fresh air compared to what we used to hearing from women?
Yeah.
Thank God you showed up here tonight. God put you where you needed, not where you
You
want.
too, Officer Charles, for real. Like I'll have a conversation one day with you because, like you being very good person, and I appreciate you very much as well.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But
Inshallah.
Inshallah, ya Rabbi.
I have to say it, Charles. Just keep it, trying to keep it cordial. You know.
yeah, and it is shocking because thank God that she came up here today. And
Mhm.
I didn't pay her to come up here. I didn't know she was here. Thank God she's here. So when all the detractors say, what are these feminine women that you talk about? I can point the reigning woman in this panel, and guess what?
Mhm.
We can point to her and say, hey, FD Signifier, Anton Daniels, tell me when you had somebody like her on your panel. Then we could speak.
Well, every time a woman here talk to me, I always
Mhm.
answer them naturally, like, yeah, this and this and that. Simple, like, you know, and it's true, like more you see the youngster, more they get so much gadget, this, that, I don't know. It's getting
Mhm.
too I guess I'm passing a phase that it went too far with all the accessories and all that stuff. So sometimes I'm just trying to bring back people to the ground and say, hey, take off your shoes, maybe, I don't know, whatever. But like, try to don't don't completely lose yourself into this crazy world.
Yeah,
So, you know, because for sure it's very bad, like right now, for real. Like
yeah,
it's
and I know you're like you. I told you the story of my ex
hmm
daughter, and you're like, she did what in front of her mother?
well, it's not her fault. She's the reflection of what she's been raised to be, I guess.
Yeah,
Maybe the girls are not being, as far as I heard many of you say that the girls never been punished as hard as the boys. So
you're almost rewarded for being cantankerous.
yeah, they kind of taking, I don't know, they're taking a charge that I don't really understand the root of the problem. But all I know is that there is something beyond all that that is very toxic. And so, like you, Officer Charles, you bring everybody to the ground, in your own way. And it's good to stay in this energy, because no matter what, but hopefully people can, some all the people listen to you can actually ground themselves in their own way in their own life, because you have to come back against this whole thing, because it's getting a little bit too much of out of hand.
Yeah, you're
Too much.
absolutely right. And it's scary because guess what? I don't know if you have children,
I do. Yeah.
and I don't know if you have girls, but you want your girls to be married to proper men who will love, protect, provide, and support them. And I'm pretty sure from the woman you've been taught to be by your dad and by your culture, that's not a proper woman.
Mm-mm.
And and this is what the worst thing we ever done in American history. We haven't chastised the girls to say, no, this is wrong. We will
Yeah.
put all the responsibility on the boy, but we won't say a damn thing to the girls who are going out. Even and this is the one thing I'm proud about my niece. She's a good mother, great mother. But even if I tell her, hey, that's wrong, she will correct herself. Even if it takes a little bit of time, she will correct herself. And what happens is that behavior takes you out the realm of the high tier men, the high value men, or at least the high tier. I like to call it the competent men, the multi
Yes.
men, and that puts you back into the okay. What type of man's going to deal with me? A bunch of criminals will take care of you.
Hey Charles, um, bring up to her about this video. Let's talk about this video that came out some time ago, like what, within a week or so ago, where this chick basically wouldn't let her boyfriend or her husband, whichever one, I think it was her boyfriend, she wouldn't let him get no peace. He had to sleep. He said, I got to sleep in the car because I couldn't get no peace in the house. I couldn't get no rest. So
Yeah.
what do you, let's talk about that, about women um, prying against man's peace.
Well, when you're in a culture that has been developed to basically say to men, "Fuck your peace," what do you expect? You
To where she said, no, open the door. Let me sit next to you. And
No, 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 no. Let me sleep. Let me sleep. Is what
yeah.
his
yeah,
response was. I remember because Compassionate Callus, posted that as one of his shorts, and we were commenting on that one like crazy because the one was like, should I be concerned? Why are you sleeping in the car? Did you want to come inside? No. He did not want to be in the house because there was too much chaos in the house.
I want you to think about this.
BGS told the story. Hold on a second. BGS told the story. He came home when he was with his ex. He came home. The house was a mess, and the kids were unruly. He just looked at her. Then he got up and walked out. He didn't come back home for at least a couple hours. And when he got back home, the house was clean. The kids were well behaved.
You're telling me I'm gonna go black pill for a minute.
Go ahead, go ahead.
A man going into a house after putting in work. You want that same damn man to put in hours to make sure, because we all know women live longer than men. You know what feels bad about a man and makes him feel ashamed? When he can't
Was
go to
that
when he can't go to a house that's peaceful, quiet. I've known guys who put 16, 20 hours of work, and their girlfriend who lives with them, or their wife, didn't even have the audacity to put a plate in the microwave.
or get him a drink of water?
Won't even let the kids, like, okay. You wonder why men sleep in their cars. Because men contemplate certain things and be like, yo, because of that natural being neurotic, naturally being full of full of aggression. A lot of people, and once again, I'm thanking woman of the past being up here. So when people ask me, what's my example of a feminine woman, you could always recite this. I want every person, when you get into the debate, to utilize this goddamn live stream as your point. She was shocked and appalled to hear this behavior. That lets you know the difference in culture. Everything BGS and Dr. T has told you for the past how many years about the difference in culture? We're gonna use
Yeah.
this. We're gonna utilize this as what? As textbook observation.
Ask her what she thinks about that. What do you think about that situation, my lady? Well, this
Well,
woman yelling and banging on the
well,
door of this man's car, refusing to let him get some peace, some rest. And she came back with a video complaining about how dude broke up with her because of, and she's blaming all the red pill podcast.
um, I really don't know what to say about the situation, but BGS is very cultivated, and so he can actually evaluate things and really provide more understanding of certain things in life. So I learned a lot with BGS for sure. But then this woman who doesn't want to leave peace. Well, first of all, a woman is supposed to be nourishment in the house. If she wants to have a family and children, that's the commitment, is to be nourishing and to be happy with your man and call it a day. I mean, but there is a lot going on because I guess there is a lot of stress here because like the money situation is also a situation about everything else, the living costs. So now there is a system, of course, and you all know the system, right? So I guess the women are providing the roof, and the men supposed to provide the rest of the cost of the living, I guess.
Yeah. And think about that. Lost that back from his nap. I want you to think about that, man. Is that men and women are supposed to be giving each other peace. I'm supposed to give you stability, which gives you what? Peace.
Mm.
But you can't give me peace in my own damn house that I gotta lay down in my damn car just to get away from you.
You you got guys who have a cot or an inflatable bed at the work at their place of work just to get a half hour power nap because they can't get no rest when they go home.
Well, because those women are not raised to take care of a family, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I mean, I understand it's very confusing in the United States. Like, I get it. It's a very big matrix here, and yeah, on that nobody's really perfect, but sometimes it goes a little bit far into the extreme. Like sometimes there's no boundary, and that's getting a little bit suspect to me.
Basically, damn it, you creatures, you goblins act so non-feminine, because she don't even recognize you as woman.
That's a damn shame, isn't it? You
Well,
know.
wait. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Hold on, David.
Ray, you forgot one. I know, but I gotta just say this for just a moment. Ray, there's a term you're forgetting. Also, it's from Wakanda Forever. From Wakanda Forever. What was that one term that Wilson Duke had for Daria Guerrera?
You bald hit
You
the.
boy hit the demon. No, you boy hit the demon.
Yeah,
Shut your mouth, you boy hit the demon.
Yeah, boy, that was the shit. He said, "You bought."
You boy hit the demon. You boy
I,
hit the.
and, and, and,
I covered that too. Boy, I did a stream about that.
and you
Okay,
know, funny.
I gotta find myself a chick who rocks the baldy like that, and when she gets up my nerves, I'm just gonna call, you boy hit the demon.
And you know
Stop
what's
that. You
funny
must
about
stop right
that?
now. You boy hit the demon.
You know what's so funny about that?
But,
In any other black culture, you would be called that. And here's the crazy part: a lot of people don't realize this. When you have a black woman from a different culture look at you and say, "What the hell is this?"
you
and
boy
she's
hit the
like,
devil woman.
and she's like, "Oh, that's not even a woman."
You
Hey
boy hit the
Charles,
demon. You
So
or actually, in the woman
hold
of
on,
the
hold on,
pastor's case, this would be a jinn. But go ahead.
hey, how many times have
Right.
I said that when you start paying attention to other cultures, you see a big difference?
numerous.
Look how other cultures do things, and then look over here. There's cultures out here where women will see a woman without makeup, and the woman will say, "What's your problem, lady? Why you outside no makeup on?
Right.
Why you step outside looking a mess like that?"
But these niggas though, man, they're gonna tell you, man, they're gonna try to combat you with some retarded response and say, "That's them, man. That's them, though. This is us. This what we do. This how we are."
And
I'm
go ahead.
just saying.
I mean, ABL as my witness. Everybody doesn't understand this, but Woman of the Past is a godsend for this live stream because this has now become the standard bearer of any
Yeah.
detractor who says we don't know. Well, this is how women act. No, 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 no. You have a totally feminine woman who was raised in Morocco, lived here for what 30 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She knows the difference. She's seen the difference.
Well, when I came here the first time, I saw how it was a big difference from the people from the 50s, the 60s, and 70s. All of a sudden, there was like a huge gap. That's why when you ask me what the rap I like the rap from the East Coast.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
So,
She
Yeah,
loved Biggie Smalls, huh?
and what makes it critical of what's being said because I know there's some detractors and some people. Oh, y'all just being I don't know what the term is for pick me for a dude. Oh, you're pandering. No, we're not pandering. Notice nobody forced her to say anything.
No.
We giving her just as much ample time to speak as any dude up here on the panel. This is what happens when you have an actual feminine woman come up on the panel who's been listening to me for years. The one, what's a pleasure about her is she's smart enough to know that I'm not talking about every woman.
Well, a lot of like that though, and it's going it keep going, and I don't know. Hopefully, I mean, like I said, there is corners in the U.S. that are different, but I mean, it's you have to really look. It's very narrow.
Just like in a native Morocco.
Yeah, it's narrow
People,
because yeah,
because for example,
the
people in
slang is
Rabat are not the
terrible.
same as Marrakesh or Fez or Marrakesh. Different places, different cultures, different environments.
Maybe
Exactly.
maybe all the good women need to mass up and get in their warrior mode one on the one time and kick all these hyena chicks off the boat.
Yeah, I don't
You mean
know.
like the women in my avatar, Ray?
Send them to the plank.
But
What is
this
it, Pirates of the Caribbean now? What in the Bugs Bunny?
this is what happens when chicks stop being Chung Li and they start becoming a Kuma.
Ooh,
Oh
more
yeah.
like E Honda,
No,
but they resemble E Honda most of them.
no, Akuma, the
That
de-
too.
the demon.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, they both hate the demon. They both hate the demons like
against
that. I know.
against the family structure, against all that for sure.
And think about it, right? Notice the person she said raised her to be a proper woman was who?
Her father and
My
mother,
dad.
What's
No,
the what's the one entity that's missing from a lot of Black American homes with Dominion?
fathers.
hmm
I plead my case, detractors.
And it's not just fathers; it's
No,
fathers'
not plead your
authority.
wretched kiss.
Go ahead, ABM.
It's not
Sorry.
just fathers; it's fathers' authority.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
What in America, you don't have authority to regulate your home anymore.
Mm-mm.
right.
This is why I always get triggered when I hear people say things like, "Well, you're the man." Okay, and what the fuck does that mean? Because anybody in this house can call the cops on me whenever they feel like it and get me removed. The kids can call the cops on you and
Mm-hmm.
have you removed from the home. So what good is me being a man supposed to do? You the man has become a cop out for people nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
It's a cop out. You fail,
you
you
know what?
screw up, you blame the
Mhm.
closest male standing to you because you failed. And that's what a lot of mothers do. A lot of mothers have failed, so they blame the father. It's kind of crazy. It's like on the one hand, you say the father wasn't there. Then on the other hand, you blame him for everything that went wrong. So it's like, well, wait a minute. How am I wrong if I wasn't there? How's it my fault?
Spoken like Tommy Sotomayor.
But yet, if you're Kevin Durant and you make it to the NBA, mommy gets all the credit.
Yeah.
So then the absent father does. So you don't give the absent father any credit on that one. Only the
Make that
bad
make
stuff that you
sense.
want to blame the absent father on.
Yeah. But never the person who was there 99% of the time. I wonder this. It goes back into what we said. Men build society and civilization. Women teach culture. Why?
Yeah.
Why are your women overweight? Who taught you to eat every damn thing off your plate? As a matter of fact, let's go black pill about that. Why would you feed the same portions to a child as you would an adult? See how
What is this,
asinine.
Mauritania?
See how asinine that is. The child's stomach is about to burst open,
Mm-hmm.
but you're gonna beat the child because they say they're full. No, you're only full because you ate all this junk. No, they're full because you fed them the same amount of portions you would feed a 250-pound fucking football player.
Unless she's gonna be is she gonna be a starting lineman for the Browns or something like that? I don't see no point in her getting this big.
And some of them are.
Some of them should have been in the offensive line for the Chicago Bears. Maybe Kalen Williams would be worth a damn. Oops, did I say that?
And here's the craziness about it. There's no respect when it comes to this shit because why? You think of only yourself. You take care of your kids not because it's a duty, it's because you want more praise to take care of your kids. How many kids this past Easter were dressed up like they about to go on tour? But yet, you won't pay nowhere near the amount of money for them to get a tutor. You will literally take that child, you will go down to the courthouse and damn near put the judge and a sharpshooter to get an increase for child support, but not one motherfucker will say this in court. What are they doing with the money? Shout out to Kentucky. America's getting sick of this hot girl shit, okay? America can't
Yeah.
afford it. They're either you're gonna raise these kids proper or we're gonna cut your shit off. Think,
Charles?
think about that. I want you to
Mm-hmm.
think about it. America's getting sick of a lot of this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna go one more step black pill if you ever notice.
Go ahead.
Everybody in the black community was worried about Project 2025, but have they even read it? So you're not for families? You say you go to church, but you don't believe in Judeo Christian values, which was when black people were at their strongest when we either were Judeo Christian or we were Islamic, Muslim. Like, how many bad kids do you see out of traditional Christianity? How many bad kids did you see out of the 60s when the Nation of Islam was probably at its strongest? Have you noticed we had world beaters come out of that strong Islamic and Christian faith during those times in the 50s and 60s? Have you noticed that there were men who were incarcerated, came out to be intellectuals who we still read about today? What have you done to equal that? Is my question. I'm asking for a friend.
How many people, when you think about it, understand as far as the Project 2025, how many people have read it and read it thoroughly and understood what was written in it completely? Looked at the
Wait a,
wording and scrutinized it.
wait a minute. Baltimore used to be the city that reads. We just resorted to being the city that bleeds.
And the highest illiteracy rate as well, and lowest SAT scores and everything.
I mean,
What
let, let,
happened to you?
let's talk some real good shit. What happened to that? What happened to that?
Did
Like
y'all go wrong?
Ranting Woman told you, y'all don't even leave anything. Y'all don't even leave anything to the goddamn imagination when it comes to going out on a date or just walking the streets on the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Notice she wasn't coached into saying that.
Yep, because you can see all the cooch print with all the outfits they got now, and also too, them some of them be pissing on themselves, so you see that spot too.
It's
Mm-hmm.
called a cow. Unfortunately, some have cow hooves.
Like they'd be like, "Yo, moose knuckles, please."
Oh, some got moose knuckles. Unfortunately, whew.
Well, I've seen some pissy moose knuckles. Ha ha ha.
Think about it. You don't even have
Oh,
you don't even have mothers teaching their fucking daughters how to clean themselves on their menstruals. I want you to think about
nope.
that.
Yeah, that's devastating right there, son.
But yet, when the fathers want to be, I've always said this, and this might sound pretty fucked up what I'm about to say. If you want to see your kids all the time, don't be in their lives. Am I making sense? Just
It
Yeah.
does.
act like you don't want to be in
Like,
their life.
make yourself when you
If
make
you
yourself unavailable, they will seek you out.
just act like you don't want it, you don't want shit to do with your kids. It's just a play. Don't ever let her know how hurt you are not seeing your kids.
Hmm.
Act like you don't want to see. Guess what she's gonna do? She's gonna move heaven and earth to make sure she drops them off to your ass every weekend, every week, to the point where I don't want these kids. I got somewhere to be.
Yeah, it took me years to get to that point, man, to realize that on my own. You know what I mean? So the other brothers, done hinted that to me right there, but I managed to, catch on, because she realized how much it was hurting me, boy. It did too when she
Once
was
you
doing
show,
that shit.
once you show her how much that hurts you, she got you. Act like you don't give a flying fuck. Why do you think she loves drug dealers? Because they don't give a flying fuck. The one thing about a lot of these Western women, you notice, the more you don't give a fuck, the more they're gonna make sure you see them. So it's a win-win situation. I'm sad to come to that realization. Sad.
Which goes to show you that it's really women who are the protagonists in this shit,
Mm-hmm.
because it's the opposite for the father who actually wants to be a father.
Mm-hmm.
You'll make sure you use the kids as pawns against him.
Wait a minute, don't you mean antagonist?
Yeah.
The protagonist.
Antagonist, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
You could go both ways with that, but
Oh
whatever.
well,
But you
well. There's
understand what
a
I'm
lot of
saying.
ways to go both ways with it, but I hear what you're
If the
saying.
father actually wants to be, a lot of women, and they'll never say this out loud. A lot of women honestly prefer you don't want to deal with the kids. They prefer it that way.
Because their story gets to be told.
But then again, they say different in public.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say at least for some years, all up
For
until what the
its
past
appearances.
all up until the past 10 years of when they started coming bold saying they don't give a damn about the dad being there. It's them, they're the mom and the dad, and therefore that's where you start getting this image, on TV. And yeah,
Mhm.
that was about around like, well, I asked the man, well, like 10 years ago when they start showing that shit on TV, the mom and and the kids and no dad, on the
Mhm.
commercials.
Yeah, it's a lot of them prefer it that way. They want all the benefits, right? They want the child support, the welfare, the Section 8, the rent vouchers and shit. They want all the say so. They don't really want you there. A lot of these women really don't want you there, because now they got to share the say so. Well, I don't want my child going to that school. I prefer this school. They don't want to deal with that shit.
Mm-hmm.
EGS came up with a good term. It's called womb hustling.
Mm-hmm. A lot of y'all need to go.
It's disgusting.
Y'all remember the show My Wife and Kids? The back and forth between Tichina Arnold, Tisha Campbell, and Damon Wayans. How she would be, a certain way from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Every time she would just act crazy and shit. He had to find a way how to work around it. Or how come she would disagree with him on this, that, and the third, and just realize, no, he's right, but don't want to admit he was right.
Yeah, she acting like now that she ain't did nothing to Martin. She's saying like I ain't never said nothing bad about him, none of that shit. And I'm
See,
like, well, you helped got his she helped got his show canceled, right?
yeah, she the
She
reason
almost
why.
got the show canceled. At one point, they almost got canceled, but they sorted out and they were able to,
No, she's the
finish the
reason
final
why
couple
canceled
of episodes.
ultimately.
Yeah, Comedy Hype News that channel they came out with something recently about her.
Uh-huh. And everybody hated her. So, but it's it just shows you how much, moms want to be praised, but they don't like to share the praise with the dads.
Well, they don't want
Like
to share.
y'all remember when Steph Curry got his MVP award and his parents were in the front? His mother did not get upset or anything like that when he acknowledged his father, Del Curry, and said, "You set the example and everything for me. Thank you for being a father." And everything. She didn't get upset about that because he did give his props to her as well. Now, this might be a lost cause, but you would hope Aisha Curry would get the memo. But that's like talking to a wall, and I shouldn't be throwing shade on her. Otherwise, she'd be a couple of shades darker by now.
I mean, if he threw shade on her, she did it first.
Yeah,
She
I
threw
don't
so
think
much.
she has. Honestly,
She
there's
threw
no
so much.
self-awareness.
She threw so much shade on herself that she's nicknamed Midnight.
Or like Michael Blackson, she under the bed. The difference between there's the dark kid joke.
Like when these chicks, man, like the more evil and vile shit that they do, like to themselves and others, and they've been blessed by God to make it to a certain age. What I mean, like your Lisa Ray's and them, that, and then they get to that age, but you look at them, you're like they're their former selves, but now in this form that they are in this darker form, and it just seems dark, I just see the darkness of these motherfuckers. Just
Lisa Ray is an example of a black woman who nobody was good enough for her.
I mean, my nigga, you can put these damn bitches, boy, in a witch movie, boy. They'll fit right perfect with it. They look just like a witch, evil as hell.
Nobody, so many women have the arrogance nowadays that nobody is good enough for you. Nobody. Lisa Ray was in the industry. She had her pick of actors, entertainers, athletes. Nobody was good enough for her. I don't want to hear Lisa Ray speak. Period.
So,
She's old. Her face her mouth starting to get wrinkled. Like,
yeah,
just go away.
you can see it's just their faces look like they didn't dip their face into something sour. They got
It's
them
called getting
sour
old.
faces.
Yeah,
Yeah, just
most women. Listen. The prettier they are, the worse they are.
what I mean. And when the women who are truly pleasant, what I mean, and who worked hard to keep that, that part of, that contentness within them, to preserve their femininity as God intended. You see them, man, they still got that peaceful, loving glow about them where it's just, they're a joy to be around still,
Yeah.
Well, that's called healthy.
You know who's a prime example of that?
Yeah. Amen.
I could be wrong, but you know who's a prime example of that? Daphne Maxwell Reed. If you don't know who I'm talking about light skin Aunt Viv. Now compare her to Janet Hubert, the original Aunt Viv from Fresh Prince. What
Oh
was their
yeah.
demeanor?
Yeah.
Janet, she had her issues. That's why she was let go and then replaced by Daphne Maxwell Reed. And by the way,
She's another one. Janet
hold on a
Jackson,
second.
another one that nobody was good enough for.
Oh,
Like, what's her problem?
And remember, these are considered ultra pretty women.
she's been married like
Well,
what? 3 times?
Janet is overrated. She's overrated. She's been living off her brother all her goddamn life. She was never really
I
that
love
talented.
Janet Jackson.
Well, a lot of people love her, but let's keep it real. I mean, she
My nigga
wasn't her
just
brother.
came out with it. She's been living off her brother's name all her life.
Oh, I mean, let's keep it real, bro. Janet
She was.
Jackson is one of the most overrated celebrities in the history of celebrities. She's overrated as shit. She's not that fine. I've been saying this all my life about Janet Jackson. I'm sorry. But going
The
back to the
sister
subject,
of
I mean, again,
Michael Jackson.
just understand, nobody's good enough for her.
Yeah.
Remember, she was with Jermaine Dupri. That lasted about 5 minutes. Then she was with the billionaire. What was he, like, Turkish or something? That didn't
Qatari.
last.
But no, yeah, Emirati or Qatari, one of them. And she had
She
a kid
walking
out of
around with
that.
the burqa on and all that. Like, and I saw it. I said, oh, no, Janet, nah, she ain't going to do this.
She did.
Like,
But she
just
did.
nobody's good enough for it. That's a lot of women. Nobody is ever good enough for you.
Well, why they get acting like that, damn them heifers and shit? Their coochie gonna go just stale, just
Yeah.
At least Janet, she
dry.
keeps her mouth shut. At least Janet keeps her mouth shut. You don't hear nothing from her.
Probably because
She was the youngest, but she was raised by who? Who was her father?
The great Joe Jackson.
Joe whooped that baby's ass, Jackson right there. So she knew to keep her mouth shut. And Catherine taught her, you better not be talking out of line, young lady. Just like she told her older sisters, Latoya and Reeve. Now, Latoya, I don't know what the hell happened to her, but she knew better. But she knew how to, just keep her mouth shut. Besides, Janet has a kid now. She's moving on. She's enjoying motherhood right now.
Very late in her life. It's insane. She had a child at 52 years old.
Yeah, which is weird through fertility drugs and whatnot. But she had the child,
Right.
and that set the wrong example for a lot of women.
Yes.
It's like a lot of women think, well, if Janet could do it, then so can I. I was like, no. I've mentioned this with a couple of family members as well. I said, no, you don't want to do that.
I'm gonna disagree on that.
What?
I think the women who want to be single mothers should be single mothers. If you can go to a fertility clinic or do some type of surrogate thing or whatever lab stuff, you know what? Good for you. Like Ebony Williams.
What
Good
about
for
the
you.
child?
I don't care.
They
Just
trying to
don't
be
put
a
it on.
Sarah.
Don't put it on a man. Don't have a baby with a man and then don't want the man to be involved or almost resent him because you have to share the kid. If that's the best way for you to have your child, good for you. Be a single mother. So now, and here's the thing about it. Now you can't blame anybody else.
No, for sure.
To your point, fam.
Lahfadi Rabbi. I never want to be this type of woman. Oof.
Be glad you're not. It could have been a whole lot worse. But to ABM's point, I was involved with a woman, and She wanted to have a kid, but I remember she asked me a loaded question. And this is when my paperwork was still in the air. I was still in the process of getting my paperwork sorted out. She once asked me, how would you feel if I got on the pill so you don't have to use a condom? My answer was, first of all, if you want to use birth control, I support you with your decision. But as far as condoms go, I'm not taking them off. Now, if she was honest with me and said, I want to have a baby, I said, sure, but right now is not a good time because my circumstances were not that ideal.
Bitch, I need to see them papers. I need to see them medical papers.
Well, no, wasn't like that, Ray. I mean, this is up here. She's white, and so I was looking at if shit went sideways, your boy could have been deported on some false charges. That was the worst case scenario. So I understood that, like, no, I cannot have a child with you like that, especially you when you're saying you're going to be on the pill and I can't be sure. I'm like,
Boy, these creatures is wicked, boy.
Dude, I had a conversation with this woman about the morning after pill, and that was a question that needed to be had. That was a discussion.
Like motherfuckers just want to use hand and lotion. Shit, crazy motherfuckers.
Hey, what I do on the downtime is none of your damn business, man. What the hell?
Nah, I'm saying shit. Your crazy story, along with all these other crazy stories of these damn females and shit, it makes a motherfucker to just want to use hand and lotion. Shit. What the fuck?
You bullheaded demon. Don't be talking like this now.
Shit, hell no, man. Boy. These all these roadkill coochies out here. Hell no.
Oh, and we're not just talking about inside the United States, man. This is worldwide. This is why somebody who's on the outside looking in, I could tell passport bros, when you come into to the third world, which I'm from, you better be about your wits. Can't go in there with shit tainted glasses. If you want to go out
that's what BNT. That's what BNT and his network, Black Man Travels. That's what his shit over there. His atmosphere, like with his apps and in his Facebook group. That's what they do. They warn and give the guys the do's and the don'ts and shit. And I guess Skylar does too in some way, but I guess he got ran off still. I don't know what the fuck I don't know, man. These light skinned niggas, boy, they spontaneous like a motherfucker. I don't know.
But Ray, is there any falsehood to anything I'm saying?
Oh no.
No. Because hypergamy is still out there. Women are hypergamous, no matter where in the world they're from. And they're only as hypergamous as the society they live in allows them to be.
Right.
Hypergamous? Yeah, but I'm then again talking about crazy bitches. Yeah. And that sounds like a damn crazy hipper when to talk about not use the damn condom. No, bitch. You try to get try to get a baby out of you on the slick and give you the boot and sending you the bill. Ain't that a bitch?
Oh no, could have been worse for me, like I said. I could have looked
at a lot of women do that. I've had several women try that with me over the years. Well, take the condom off. I don't want to.
Yeah.
But why not? Well, I don't want to get you pregnant. Oh, I can't get pregnant. A lot of women do that. Something else a lot of women don't like to talk about out loud. Most of them don't like to use condoms.
I tell them, bitch, please. Bitch, all you hippers out here that been screwing these damn these down low boys, hell no, on that bisexual shit, and no, you screwing women and sometimes men, and then you screwing dudes who gets poked, and sometimes do the poking
And
of other dudes. Now
everybody
you know what I
does
mean.
something.
And so now she got feces in her
Well,
coochie. I'm cool.
She
Take
probably
a
does, but
condom off, bitch. I would.
no, sometimes the best thing to do in a situation like that is just say, "Nah, I'm good," and just go home and just rub one out. At least your hand can't give you an STI or an STD.
They're right about that one. Shit.
Mm-hmm. Find the line. What I just said, folks. I mean, sometimes the best form of safe sex is to say no. You know, I'm so pro-choice. I think men who use condoms show that they're pro-choice because they're making the choice not to be reckless with their days, not to be doing something, half-cocked or half-assed. You're making the choice to be responsible and protect yourself first and foremost, and secondary the other person. I remember, I was with this
Oh, I wish a
one young
bitch
lady.
would.
Yeah, I know. I was
So
with this
you
one
can
young
take the
lady, right?
condom off. You
Huh?
don't have to use a condom. Ain't no more talk. Nigga, ain't no more talk. You hear me? I'm walking out. I'm good.
Yeah. I
I'm
mean,
I'm
there was
good.
one young lady I knew back in a few years ago. We couldn't do it because she had a latex allergy. But here's the thing: she has no desire to have children, and she's been on the pill religiously. But once I started using, non-latex condoms for her sake, because she's allergic to latex, she has not been involved with anybody without having them wrap their shit up. She's pro-life, but does not want to have children for certain reasons, and she takes her birth control religiously, like she's supposed to. But she still wants to have an intimate relationship with someone, but she's adamant that they have to use protection at all times. What does that say about the woman? That's somebody who's taken things at what they are. She
Yeah.
is pro responsibility, and she's built different from most women, which is the theme of this discussion, being built different or built differently.
Well, I heard some women abstain from uh, getting involved in those activities, and then seeking to have a kid with a man because they're not confident in their ability to be a proper mother.
Mm. I know some women who choose not to have children because of family history of certain health issues, or they may have a certain health issue or something like that, or personal health issues that affect them from becoming mothers. For example, there are women out here with type 1 diabetes, and they're often discouraged from having children because of it.
Well,
Given
some
the
of these women out
severity
here that
of,
need to be in the Arkham Asylum, but they getting on podcasts and shit and talking shit.
well, sometimes you gotta let the crazies come out every once in a while. Let them show their
Boy.
asses and show what. No, no, that way you can show to the smart ones, see, that's what you don't want to be like. Is that what you want to be like? See this nutcase right here? Like, what is it? Like, one podcast, they got an Asian chick who makes it a point to wear a German World War One helmet, like a damn jackass. Uh, We got other heifers out here just doing things like that, or just being on podcasts, just showing around, saying dumb shit.
Yeah. Hey, y'all, all y'all can chime in, man. We don't know what Charles is. I'm gonna listen to y'all for a minute because I got the munchies. I'm about to give me some cereal, damn it.
I'm about to shut it down. Close the show.
All right.
Fast. Thank you.
I gotta cuss out lost after this. I'll talk to y'all later.
It's been a great show, fellas. Thank you.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, thank you for letting me come up, man.
Don't
Thank you.
Have a good weekend, bro.
We are out.
Bye, man.